you dearly. Thank you guys. All right, whose turn is in the show? I'm lost because that thing with King Money got me all.
Once again, plot twist. He had us all the way off the topic, but so let's see if Danny wasn't going to respond.
I think it's your turn.
I'm happy to.
Yeah. I wasn't saying it like, I'm sorry. I was trying to reset the order. I apologize.
Yeah, no. I got it. And so the only thing that I will add is, so I can't stand this whole narrative of what are Arabs doing to Africa. What I would ask him is, who is Dan Gertler, King? Do you know who Dan Gertler is and what he does in the Congo? Any idea? While you flying your little flags up there on your little profile picture? So you're not here to answer, are you? No. So Dan Gertler is a billionaire Israeli who has mines in the Congo, who's actually been sanctioned by the United States of America. So while you talking about who's doing what to Africa, understand that it's not just Arabs. Don't come in here with that Arab stuff because I'm not going to do it. I will call out the Chinese folk that are doing it. I will call out the Israeli people that are doing it. I will call out the USA, the UK, whatever, all the way around. Same way I've heard Kofi do it. You just want to sit up here and be their boy. And that's a sad place for you to be in 2026. You should 100% know better by now. And that's why you left here. And if you want to talk about slavery, the first thing you're going to need to do is understand the United States of America. We created chattel slavery. Do you know what that is? Listen, it's like Europeans looked at the worst kind of slavery that existed in the entire world and said, hold my beer. It takes a special kind of person to take advantage of someone's willingness to not let you die because you thought you was going to arrive in the spring and you came here in the winter. So they're going to teach you how to eat. They're going to give you some, and you got the nerve to send back home and say, can you send me some infected blankets so I can unalive the people that saved my life? That's a special kind of people right there. Special kind of evil. And it ain't us. And you will never, ever make us be bad for being amazing, incredible beings. And when I say us, I do mean Black people, but I do know all skin folk ain't kin folk, King. That's why you are somebody's fifth and fourth damn cousin, because you can't come to nobody's cookout. No raisins in the potato salad, brother. None.
Whew, what this panel today is on fire. Drew, how are you doing, fam? Appreciate you being here. So I can kind of understand why, if you're a Trump supporter, you may not want to come up. We will keep it fair. You know, you will have an opportunity to speak, but you will be debating some of the most talented content creators on the app. So just to let you know. But I would love to have you. There were quite a few more yesterday than today, but that's okay. All right. Let me go to Nichelle. I think it's your turn.
You gonna make me go out to Danny? I can't stand you.
Oh, man.
I'll just do a quick mod announcement. 713 people in here. Like Smitty said, y'all are absolutely amazing. We've got 136 shares. If you guys would share out the live, please repost it. Let's continue to support the live. Chat, y'all have been amazing today. And yesterday, y'all support these last couple of days have just been off the chart. So we thank you for that. Let's help him reach his live goal. If you have not grabbed your daily heart meeting or you've not joined Smitty's Seat, I would encourage you guys to do that. Click on the orange heart by his name. Continue to tap the screen as well. The next like goal is 200K. Just a real quick reminder, 2 minutes to open, 2 minutes to close, 1 minute to respond. If you engage with another panelist while your 2 minutes is going, just be aware that it eats away at your time. And I appreciate all the panelists for observing the timers. That's it for me. Well, real quick, I wanted to say something about this whole idea. I'm kind of irritated. I like where you were going with asking about what we thought, how MAGA was reacting to all of this. So as you can see, it's harder and harder to kind of get ops up here. It could be because of the brilliance that you always bring up on your panels. But I also think that we are starting to see a major fracturing of MAGA and their public support, right? Yeah, we talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene, we talk about Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson. The thing is, though, say what you want about them, their reach is far wide. And so, but I always think about the average daily average American and what their response is to this. And you are starting to see some fracturing there. Donald Trump actually addressed a TPUSA event, I want to say yesterday or Thursday. And there's data showing that younger people are kind of pulling away from that coalition that he built in 2024 with younger people. And so you're starting to see the fracturing there with young voters as we go into the midterms. And I think that's interesting. And he looked dead out into that crowd, Smitty, and kind of made a joke and said, oh, maybe I need to hire a couple of psychiatrists. Like, what's wrong with you guys? Why don't you support, why aren't you still supporting the Republican Party? And I was having a conversation with Tiff, and mute up, East LA. Mute up.
Yeah, I shut off my Bluetooth. I'm sorry.
No, I said, thank you. Just real quick. I think it's interesting. I think people have forgotten that the draft is going to be mandatory starting in December of this year. And we're in a war right now that Trump started. So when we talk about MAGA has kids in that age range, and now we've got a required draft that'll be starting right after the midterms, the voting in November. And so yeah, I think Trump is now seeing it. I think he thinks that he was able to kind of like overcome it. But as far as MAGA is concerned, now, just like Marjorie Taylor Greene, when she pulled away from the party, what was the first thing that she said? Hey, my kids use those ACA subsidies to get their health insurance, and they're going to be affected. And the Republicans were trying to take that away. So I think more and more as MAGA sees the results and all the quote unquote broken promises that Trump made to them, I think you're going to continue to see a fracturing of the base.
No, I appreciate that. Nichelle,
Can I just address my folks that came in, my Danikins that came in the room?
Absolutely.
While I'm sitting on Smitty's panel.
Oh, real quick. My bad. Thank you so much, Jesse. Appreciate you. Go ahead, Danny. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my folks that are in here, I appreciate you guys following me into Smitty's. While I'm sitting on Smitty's panel, just act like this is my life. Tap the way that you would for me. If you've done your daily heart me, great. If you haven't, make sure that you do that and get the shares up. Guys, there's like 700 people in this room. We should absolutely have more than 141 shares. And the likes should be way over that. We need to be at about 100,000 likes every hour at a bare minimum. So treat this live like you would treat mine. And I appreciate you all back. Love you back. Appreciate y'all. That's it, Smitty.
No, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here, fam. All right, let me go to, let's get the new panelists worked in. I want to hear their perspective. Let's go to Baba.
Can I, I'm sorry, just 2 seconds, and I don't normally interrupt, and that, but I just wanted to say something off what Nichelle was saying about the draft, because I freaked out about this when this happened. They're not going to automatically draft people. This has to do with when you turn 18, all men have to register for the draft. If you don't, you could be in violation and not receive student loans, not receive government aid. For grants, things like that, and possibly face fines. This is going to just make it so that it automatically does it by computer, and that, like, I don't know how many people don't register. I don't know those numbers. I'm just saying it's not an automatic draft into the services. That's all I wanted to say.
Correct. And thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that, John. Yes, it's not automatic. What I'm saying is when MAGA is the fracturing that's happening with MAGA, there's not a lot of nuance there, John. And the fact that we are actively in a war right now, the thought of having to register, I'm seeing conversations of parents who are diehard MAGA supporters thinking about their kids having to do that, and in their mind potentially having to go to war, a war that their president, their leader, said would never happen. So thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, and real quick, there
Thanks,
are certain exemptions that people can get to be exempt from registering with the Selective Service. So that's why it's extremely problematic, because it's automatically registering people who would otherwise be exempt. So like if somebody goes to apply for like assistance under a workforce development program that's federally funded. If you're a male over the age of 18, you're required to show proof that you have registered with the Selective Service. In that event, you would be able to demonstrate proof as to why you're not registering, like if you qualify for one of the exemptions. So you don't show the exemption when you turn 18. It's just when you would be eligible for services. So yeah, it's automatically registering people who would otherwise be exempt.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I wonder if Trump's son is going to join.
Let's get Babakar in, and then we'll go to East LA. Go ahead, Babakar. What are your thoughts? Babakar, are you there? All right. I don't think Babakar is there. We're gonna let Babakar go. All right, East LA. What are your thoughts? I know you want to come up. What are your thoughts?
I'm hearing a narrative being constructed here. Our dependence on international sources for vital minerals, the consequences of the closing of the strait, and for some reason, people think that I, in any way, support the concept of violence and warfare. I do not. I want to avoid it. I don't think it's good for anyone. We're all going to lose if there's a war. If there is a war, I don't care which side you are on. If the United States get involved in a Syrian war, we are all going to literally suffer. At that point, my only hope is that in spite of our ideological differences, that we unite as an American people to try to help each other to alleviate the inevitable suffering that will take place as the result of a war. But I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. If we are truly attached to these vital resources, as you say they are, and in any way we are denied them, there's not a damn thing I can do about it. There's certainly not a damn thing this panel can do about it. The United States of America will become really seriously aggressive. This nation is not going to lie down and allow the world to dictate its domestic policy by means of denial of resources. Once again, I do not want to see that happen because it could literally cost me and many people that I love and many people that you love their lives. But if you think that the United States is not going to promote a concept of law and order to avoid all of this within our own nation and then go out and be extremely aggressive, you are completely delusional. So we better talk some real politics here and not theoretical sociology.
All right. Thank you, East LA. Anybody want to respond to East LA's comment?
I flagged.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so you made a comment saying, I mean, this is what's kind of crazy about your ramblings as per usual, that like, you know, the United States extracting resources, vital resources from other countries and not being able to do that would be akin to the world trying to dictate our domestic policies. So access to resources does not mean that doesn't equal entitlement to other countries' assets. No country is entitled to extract resources from another country, and no country is obliged to just allow the United States to extract those resources. So whether we're talking about oil in Iran or lithium from Bolivia or all of the minerals in the Congo that Covey just stated, those belong to those nations. If the United States loses access, that's not coercion. That's those countries exercising their own sovereignty. So trying to say that it's I don't even understand how you can make that jump that it's dictating our domestic policy, because global markets are voluntary. The participation in global markets from the imperialist perspective anyway. So like what you're ignoring is the influence that the United States has over these other countries, like by sanctioning what they determine to be regimes, the trade agreements that allow them to have their political conditions, the military interventions and invasions into other countries that are specifically resource rich, the energy independence. Like this has nothing to do with domestic policy. So yeah, we don't have a right to extract resources without any type of retaliation or any type of response. So what in the hell does that have to do with domestic policy and how we govern within the United States? Can you please explain that correlation that you're trying to make right now?
Oh, I would be more than happy to. And I would be more than happy to address your miscalculations of what I said. Number one, the first thing that I said on this panel was I in no way advocate for any concept of war. I've always said this. I've said this for years. I've said this all my life. What I am telling you is not what I perceive. What I am telling you is what the power structure within the United States government perceives. Neither you nor I or any so-called revolutionary has the power to countermand the power of the United States government. We can petition, we can protest, which, by the way, I will stand with anybody to do to avoid a war. But the bottom line is, the power of this nation militarily is too vast. And once those wheels start rolling, there's not a damn thing. Do you really think that the power of the people is going to prevail over an organized army that's the most mighty in the world? I stand with you in the in projecting war. You just don't want me to.
No, real quick, he did not address what I stated. I asked you to explain how you are making the correlation to the United States losing access to extract resources from other countries, sovereign countries, exercising their sovereignty over their own resources. How is that akin to the globe, or the world, as you put it, dictating domestic policy in the United States? You cannot answer any of my questions.
You do not understand what I am saying. So you are miscalculating the conclusion, okay? Once again, when I say that, I am not advocating for my position. I just told you this. I am advocating for the position that the United States will inevitably take, especially under a Trump administration. Do you really think that you have the power to countermand Donald Trump? Do you really think that you have the power to countermand the United States State Department? I am telling you, ma'am, that I do not advocate for any policy of war. But neither you nor I have the power to stop it, because if necessary, states' rights will prevail. And when that happens, our personal rights to traverse this society will be severely restricted. You don't seem to understand the severity of this situation. I'm not advocating for it. I am simply announcing it. And I'm saying we should all take deep consideration regarding that reality. Could I be wrong? Of course. Could you be wrong? Of course. We are all private citizens on TikTok trying to voice our opinion. I do not advocate for war. I told you that a million times.
Okay, well, I hope somebody has the power to check you into a nursing home, because you didn't understand what I just asked.
Real quick. Let me.
All you can do is insult.
Hold on, y'all. Real quick. Let me. I think Danny wanted to come in, and I think Covey wanted to come in.
Yes.
And can I say something real quick, Smitty?
Go ahead.
This is the problem with the United States of America. This is the basic problem. The basic character of our citizens is deteriorating to the point where if somebody tries to throw out an olive branch and debate and discuss in good faith, they have to face either anti-Semitism or, in my case, ageism. When I have provoked nobody here, I have insulted nobody here, but I'm constantly being insulted in this chat, and I'm constantly being insulted by these panelists, because once again, I have the strength to stand by and call for compromise, to call for an olive branch without using it to bash somebody over the head, and all I do is get abused. I'm not here to disrespect you. Smitty, you are a fine man. I'm not here to disrespect any of these panelists. They are formidable. And I don't understand why people want to aggress against me. But if you aggress against me, then why do you expect to be the victims of the very aggression you prosecute on me? This is what I'm warning you of.
Let me ask. So Issa Rae, let me turn that over to Danny and maybe back to Carolina. Issa Rae saying, "Hey, we're on the same side here. We're all wanting peace." What do you think about what Issa Rae had to say just there? And then Carolina, I'll give you an opportunity to respond to him too.
You asking me?
Yes, if you or if you want me to go to Carolina first, because I think what he was addressing was more so Carolina's response to him.
Yeah, Carolina can go, and then I'm happy to step in when she's done.
Okay, perfect. Let's do that. So Carolina, Issa Rae saying, "Hey, I'm coming. We're on the same side. What do you think about that?" Go ahead.
I'll be quick. Like, nobody's talking about what you advocate for. I asked you to very explicitly tell us how you were making the correlation to the world not allowing the United States to continue to extract resources from these countries that it has been exploiting. How are you equating that to the world dictating how United States, how it runs its domestic policy. I didn't ask you what you advocate for. I didn't ask you what side you stand on. I already know you're a Zionist. I already know you're a white supremacist. I don't even need to talk about those
You're
topics
a liar
today. No,
when
be
you say
quiet,
that.
be quiet, be
You're a
quiet,
liar
be
when you
quiet,
say that.
be quiet.
You're a
I already
liar.
know that. Be
I
quiet.
am not a white
Be
supremacist. Smitty,
quiet.
that's unfair.
Okay.
I
Hold
have
on.
to know
East LA, so real quick. Let's let Carolina, East LA, I'm gonna give you full opportunity to respond to that.
Okay, yeah.
But real quick, that's so people get flagged for saying the same thing you just said, Carolina. So I would probably.
Yeah, but this is the thing. We see it every day. We see his comments in the chat. We hear what he states on this panel on a regular basis. He is an agent of chaos. Like, this is actually what he advocates for. But I'm not talking about what you advocate for. Fantastic if we're both against war. I don't believe you, but I'll take that as the premise. I am asking you to fully and sufficiently explain your statement by saying that when the United States no longer has the ability to extract valuable resources from other countries, how does that equate to the world dictating United States domestic policy? That's all I'm asking. I don't care whether you support it or are against it. Explain what the hell you mean by that. And maybe I won't be so snappy in my responses if you could just answer the question at hand instead of rambling.
Be as snappy as you want, because at least when you do that, you're being honest. I have no problem with that. But you have to understand, if you snap, I'm going to snap back, number one. And number two, I'm going to state it very succinctly and very calmly and very clearly. When I equated domestic policy to the acquisition of foreign resources, I was not advocating for my own position. I am telling you what I feel that Donald Trump, as president of the United States, this is his mindset. This is the way he sees things. And I believe that he's being both pressured and encouraged by the United States military to pursue these policies with aggression. Is it the policy of East LA? No. The policy of East LA is to avoid war at all costs. I do not think that is the policy of Donald Trump. I am not equating this. I am telling you he is.
He didn't answer me, so we can just move on. He's not going to answer me.
You know what, Smitty? This woman has lied about me, lied about my character. I have 13 seconds left, and I'm just going to say this. You can lie all you want, but it won't do you any good, because you'll never be able to achieve peace with your attitude.
Okay, let me do this. Let me let Danny go. Go ahead, Danny.
Yeah, so a couple of things that that I would just want to address. When you talk about our dependence on other countries' resources, I think what we are talking about, number one, is not stealing other people's resources, right? That's what Carolina is talking about. But I think that you have to face the very real, the reality is that we are dependent, and we have to figure out ways to. So the same way that we've done that process with China and other countries, we need to do the same thing with African countries and with countries in the Middle East. We tend to not do that because they don't have the military, for example, that China does. So let me just be clear: if China decided today to stop shipping to us our rare earth minerals, because we get more than 95% of our total rare earth minerals from China, we would be absolutely fucked. Not only would we be tore up from a medicinal perspective, we would be tore up from a Department of Defense perspective, because the minerals that we need, for example, for our F-35s and other defense machinery, actually comes from China. There is no adequate replacement for that, because 72% is done. This is where their rare earth mineral comes from. Malaysia is only 11%. Japan is 6%. Estonia is only 5%. And all other countries together is only 6%. And China, absolutely, Kobe, gets them from Africa, 100%. So it's the same game that's happening, right? It's just, instead of us doing it directly, we're paying China to do it, and then China is sending it to us. So the reality is that the United States of America is 100% reliant upon other countries for the existence of itself. And by the time you talk to me about domestic policy, if you've never served, I can tell you what, you will not find the United States military ready to step foot on the soil of the United States in a civil war and be against its own citizens. It won't happen. It will fall apart. It's just not so. And we have 3 branches of government, by the way. the administration, Congress, and the court system. And that means they are three separate but equal branches. And so the people do have power. If we didn't, you wouldn't work so fucking hard to take it from us.
All right. Thank you, Danny. Real quick shout out to Victoria. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you for that. Much love to you. Covey, do you still want to respond? And then I want to bring in the new panelists.
Yes, I actually do want to respond. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Go for it.
I'm having a hard time believing people who say that they're pro-Israel turning around saying that they're anti-war. When Israel as an entity, literally since its inception, has been in war. This year alone or last year has invaded multiple countries. Israel currently is literally massacring Lebanese people. It is genociding Palestinian people. It is annexing active Palestinian and Lebanese land as well, right? So, and that's only, by the way, in the Levant, right? You have Israel being involved in multiple genocides, including on the African continent, by the way, right? Participating in them. So I'm having a really, really hard time believing anybody like that who says that they're pro-peace, which peace, I think, is a word that has actively been hijacked by the people who are not the peacemakers, the ones who are starting the wars, the ones who are doing the destabilization, the ones who are participating in the genocides. They turn around, they talk about this fake negative peace to make themselves maybe feel comfortable. I don't know, right? So I think like with East LA, oh, he's not here anymore. No, he is not on the same, we're not on the same side. He actively supports the policies and the ideology that leads to the genocide or destabilization or unaliving or exploitation of people who look like me, right? Of people who come from the global south as well. So it's just, it's a bit delusional, I think, in my opinion, but that's all.
Thank you, Covey. Let me go to the new panelist, her, and then we'll go to Swan. It's been forever, and I'll definitely get Swan back in. And then we'll continue the discussion. Go ahead. Hair? Is it hair or her? Hirsch. My bad, Hirsch. Go ahead, Hirsch.
Yeah, can you give me a couple minutes because I got a PSA to make.
Oh, yeah. All right. Go ahead. We'll go to Swan. Go ahead, Swan.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that there's an interesting thing that people like East LA do. This happened to me once on my panel to where I was, talking about what Idi Amin did when he kicked out, the people that were brought over there by Great Britain. Essentially what it was self-preservation. They were forced there. They ended up taking over the economy, and the people that were indigenous to that area, obviously their environment was, threatened. So he kicked them all out. So I was talking about this one time on my platform, and then there was a person who was from New Zealand, and they had the I-States flag in their bio, and they told me that I was wrong and I was championing ethnic cleansing. I had a very similar situation with East LA before, where they said that if immigrants come over here and they wipe out Europeans, that it's ethnic cleansing. Well, you don't have any ties to this land, right? And the person that had made that comment, I thought to myself, because we went back and forth a little bit, I said, I know what you're doing. What you're doing is trying to tell the opposite of what took place historically, because you support the opposite in real life. You support the I-State and you see them as a victim, which they're not a victim in any way, shape, or form. I just think it's very interesting, the ways or the links that people will go to try and, I don't know, pedestalize or push out like a specific narrative, and a very harmful one, and doing it with no regard for other people. I don't think that there's ever going to be any reasoning with people like that. I genuinely think that we need to just exile them at this point. It's just problematic. It's harmful. Yesterday, you had somebody come up here who, I think she was pro-Israel and she was pro-Palestine. There's no such thing. There is no such thing. And then to say that the I-State, I don't know, I can't remember what exactly it was, but she had tried to attempt to bring Sudan and Congo into the conversation. And I thought to myself, are you okay? Because they are actively benefiting from the exploitation of Black people there.
So I just say that to say, like, I do think it's really important for people to understand what's happening geopolitically. I know I'm not the most well-versed, but I am still learning because I think it's very important. But I implore everybody to do that. I do, because how radical people have become is pretty scary. And I think for me, the scariest part is knowing that I can actually see this happening online with so many different people. It's something that we definitely need to be paying attention to. But yeah.
Okay. I appreciate you, Swan. Thank you. All right. We'll go to Hirsch, and then we'll continue the discussion.
All right. So I got a question for y'all. What's peace? You know, what is it? Is it when we're not at conflict because somebody decided to cause a ceasefire or to call it for a ceasefire, yet they're still actively participating in the unaliving of folks? What's peace? Is it when we make sure that there is no back and forth as far as, you know, a hot war, if you will? Is it us allowing for a despot to send our children somewhere that they don't know, a foreign land? What is that peace talks? You know, I just saw something today that said something about the military food supply and how it may be dwindling. I can tell y'all one thing: you better not let your kids go nowhere for this orange food. Y'all better not let one hair be touched on your children's heads or your own. They will allow the cog, the machine to grind us up in between the cogs, and I be damned if I allow these people to do that. Resist the hell out of this shit. And furthermore, if they want to send somebody, they can send themselves. We ain't doing a goddamn thing but sitting back. I wanted to say a lot more, but I'm censoring myself.
Okay. All right. Gwynnie, good to see you, fam. All right. Thank you for that, Hirsch. Let's go to John, and then we'll go to Ali, and then we're gonna go back to going straight up the panel because it's too hard for me to remember who was the last one to speak. But appreciate y'all. Very interesting discussion today. Let me see if I've got any updates, John, before I bring you back in. Let's see. The latest one was 26 minutes ago.
Can you skip me just for a minute, Smitty?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, we'll skip you. We'll go to Ali. Ali, give me 1 second. Let me read this. Iran's military says it's reimposing restrictions on the passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian gunboats fired on a tanker transitioning the waterway Saturday, and a second vessel has since been reported hit by an unknown projectile, according to the UK Maritime Traffic Organization. So that is the latest bit of news that I have on what's going on with the Strait of Hormuz. As you guys know, yesterday it was supposedly open. A lot of folks were saying that was due to the political pressure and the economic pressure put on Iran by the Trump administration. What's the source, Jen? This is all from CNN. This was Nick Robertson, this last article. And so today, of course, the Strait of Hormuz is now closed. Go ahead, Ali, your thoughts.
Mr. Smitty, first of all, my girlfriend called. She told me to make food before she comes home. So I'm the oppressed one in Iran. So not the woman. I'm the oppressed one. Number one. Number two, it's true. We fired missiles towards a ship because I told you before, we have totally control of the situation of the Strait of Hormuz. And today, according to Iranian news, 22 million Iranians have volunteered to defend the country. And I'm one of them. I was not pro my government before. I was not really against my government before. But like I said yesterday, when a guy who is in the files attack my country, I will be 100% pro my government. Also, your Secretary of War, he's a cheating, drunk guy who is quoting fake verses from the Bible while our leaders have memorized the Quran. Mr. Smitty, like I said before, I will say it again. The enemy will carry to the grave its illusions of bringing the Iranian nation to its knees. We have sacrificed so much and we will spare no effort in defending our homeland. We will not give 1 liter or 1 inch of our country to the enemy. Iran will lose no war. Be assured of that. Your government, Western government, is lying to you. It's all about bringing the market up and down and making some dollars out of it. Iran will lose no war. And Mr. Smitty, please, if I come back to this panel, please bring me up because you are a very good gentleman, Miss Nichelle, Miss Carolina, all of the guys and women in the panel. I love you so much. This is not about Americans. It's about your government who is in the Epstein files. Mr. Smitty, thank you very much. Panel, thank you very much. Next time, please bring me up. I will update you with Iranian news. Take care of yourself. I send you love, peace and love, kisses, hugs. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Ali. All right, we're going to let Ali go, and we're going to go to John. Go ahead, John. You ready?
Yeah, no, I am. I wanted to say that as far as the ceasefire is going on, Israel's never going to allow it to continue. Since Gaza is a shining example of this. Since the ceasefire agreement with Gaza, over 700 Palestinians have still been unalived in Gaza. Netanyahu is never going to allow this conflict to come to an end. It doesn't matter how many times Trump says we have a ceasefire. It doesn't matter how many times he says the strait is open. The strait is not going to open. Iran will remain in control of it through this entire conflict and afterwards too. I do not see them relinquishing the power of it. But at the same time, regardless of what deals Iran and the U.S. make, Israel is never going to agree to it because, again, the moment Israel's fighting stops, Netanyahu's trial begins. And as long as he can keep the conflict going, he can keep pushing back the date. I just read that they pushed back his testimony that was supposed to begin this Monday, and there's no new date. So I'll end there.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, John. Thank you, John. So I think we're gonna close up. We'll go to final comments. One thing I do want to say is I'm thinking about hosting a live. I know that I want to get your thoughts in the chat real quick before we go to final comments. If there's anything else anyone wants to say, there are a lot of folks who I know are struggling right now. Folks who it may be financially, it may be other things, right? Even on these lives, we talk about sometimes how disappointed we are with what's going on. How disillusioned we are, concerned, all of those good things as well. So I'm thinking about hosting a live just as a kind of a mental health check for everybody. So if you think that's a good idea, let me know in the comments while I go ahead and tee up the panelists for their final comments. Go ahead, whoever wants to jump in, by the way, whoever wants to jump in for finals. We won't do order, just whoever wants to jump in.
Smitty, I just wanted to give you a breaking news really quick.
Yes, absolutely. Go for it, Danny.
So, what's happening? Hold on one second. Sorry, I just lost it. So there's a report that just came out by the Wall Street Journal saying that somebody within the United States military, the DoD, has told them that in the coming days, the United States plans to board an Iran-linked oil tanker. They plan to board Iran-linked oil tankers and seize commercial ships in international waters. And so they cited unnamed U.S. officials. I don't really think that's smart, but I don't know that this administration is very smart, but
wow.
Yeah, so that just came, the Wall Street Journal put that out.
Wow. Okay. All right. Myra said we're pirates.
Well, we are.
I don't even know what to say. Anybody else? Go ahead, jump in. Final comments. Whoever wants to jump in.
This is what I really wanted to say. Yeah, y'all, it's time for Babylon to fall. It's time for Babylon to fall. It's time for you to get in your bag, your what would I call it? Your spiritual bag. If that's, if that's Ogun and Shango for you, then that's Ogun and Shango. If that's any of the pantheon of what would I call it? American indigenous deities, then that's what it is. Do your root work. Get right. Get right. And when I mean Babylon, you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the current day Babylon. We in Babylon right now. So get right, because it's going to be a long while. And we need everybody. Everybody needs to pull our weight. And yes, Ogun is Nigerian, but guess what? We have a lot of that influence over here for those descendants that came here. So it's time for us to get right. It's time for us to do what we can, because everything that's happening that we're seeing is akin to violation, to sexual violation, a forced sexual violation. And I'm not trying to, for the people who have, experienced that, I'm not trying to trigger you, but that's what it feels like when another country goes into your country and forces you to take, to extract something, and for their use. And they're extracting not only resources, but human lives. So get ready, get in your bag, do your root work, do your spiritual work, because I see a storm coming, and we will prevail.
All right. Thank you, Hirsch. All right. Anybody else got a final comment?
Yeah, just real quick. I think it's a great idea for you to do that mental health check. There are quite a few people in our community that are silently suffering.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got an amazing community that you've built. You've built this platform brick by brick. And if we're able to somehow support those in the community, I think that's a phenomenal idea, my friend. So yes, I am 1000% on board with that. And y'all, please take care of yourselves. Please take care of yourselves. Like, reach out, please. I'm begging you. There are a few people that I know for sure that are really going through it, and the community is here to support. But we can't read people's minds. So either DM us privately or whatever. But I think that's a great idea, Smitty, and we can provide resources and try to help our community out. It's rough out here.
Yeah, so I see it a lot in LA. I don't know what the stats are nationwide, but it's almost, I think, 40% of people who, a lot of people, it's like 40% of people who are homeless here in LA are living in their cars but still employed. And so you think because that they're employed that they have somewhere to go when they leave their employment, but they don't. And so I'm seeing a lot more of it here in the city. And so I know if it's happening here, I know it's happening nationwide. So I'm just concerned about the community and, about how everybody's doing. So
Smitty, if I could hop and just kind of piggyback off that. So something that we do in my community that might be a great way for people to kind of do this. So it's hard for people to ask for help. We've been conditioned to believe that that's weakness, right? And so there's a guy by the name of Simon Sinek that I love. And so this is what he said. He said one time, he saw a friend he hadn't seen in a while, and he was like, "Hey, how you been?" And she's like, "Oh, I'm better now, but and she begins to tell him how horrible things have been. And he said, "Well, why didn't you call me? Why didn't you text me?" And she said, "Oh, I did." And he said, "No, you didn't." And he's scrolling back and he sees like a text from her that says, "Hey, what you doing?" And he was like, "You mean this text? Like that looks like every other text you've sent." So they came up with a signal. And so now what they do is whenever they're really going through something, they will text each other this phrase: "Do you have 8 minutes?" Because scientifically, it is proving that if you spend 8 minutes with someone, even if you don't talk, if you're just together, or if you don't talk about the issue, but you talk about something else, it's helpful to get people through. So like in my Discord, we have an 8-minute channel. And you can pop into 8 minutes, you can do an at everyone and somebody will pop up and then you can go into another voice chat or wherever y'all want to go to chat. But that's our signal to each other is, do you have 8 minutes? Because it's easier to say, do you have 8 minutes than to say I'm struggling or I'm hurting or I need help. And so that's just an idea.
I love it. I love it. That's amazing. I need to get a Discord, y'all. I don't even have a Discord, so I need some help with that, y'all. If there's folks in the community that I'm on Discord, I'm in some Discords. I don't have one for myself, so.
Well, I appreciate you having me today, Smitty. By the way,
Facts Still Matter has a complete subset page in his as well, Smitty, where people can go and privately share their stories. Danny, I love that idea about the 8 minutes. As somebody who hates talking about personal things and learning about some personal issues that people in our own community right here, right now, are suffering with right now, that broke my heart. It's very difficult to ask for help. It's very difficult to share personal information, like Danny said. Our society has framed it, especially if you're a woman, especially if you are a woman. To ask for help is, and even then, it's a sign of, they look at it as a sign of weakness. You know, then people are in your business and all this other stuff and want to ask questions. We don't need to do all that. And listen, I am a firm believer, okay? Material conditions matter, okay? It's one thing to offer up thoughts and prayers. It's another thing, but the thoughts and prayers don't help you if you've recently lost your home. Thoughts and prayers don't help you if, you know, the babies need formula and need to eat. But I'm confident, Smitty, with your community and linking up maybe with other communities that we can make this happen. So I think that's great. Maybe somehow on a Discord or I don't know how to do it, but I do know that other content creators are using some type of way to allow the community to privately share and seeing if we can link them up with resources or other people who are better positioned to maybe be able to help, that we can do something like that.
Thanks, Michelle. Carolina, you want to say something?
Nah, I can't follow all of that. Y'all are dope. Danny, I actually just recently came across you because I think it might have been Irene, shout out, for putting me onto your page. So I'll definitely make sure I come into your lives more often. Appreciate like-minded people. Also, y'all just pay attention to this whole Kash Patel fallout talking about mental health because homie having a whole breakdown, thinking that he got fired when really he just didn't know how to work his computer, because he drinking a little too much. So this is just, I don't know. I'm here, like as Swan always says, I'm here to watch the United States empire crumble. I'm here to watch this administration crumble. And I appreciate all of you and everything that you do on a daily basis. That's all.
All right. We'll go to Covey, Swan, and John.
Yeah, I think all those initiatives are genuinely amazing, Smitty. I'm proud of you, Smitty, for sticking through all the hard times where you almost quit and you stuck through it and you are choosing to help other people. So I am genuinely proud of you for all of that. And the idea that Danny brought up was genuinely an amazing idea. So hopefully that works out. I just wanted to kind of end it by saying that there can never be peace while the imperial core still stands, because it is sustained by the extraction of land, labor, and life from the global south. And as long as that extraction of life continues from the global south, there can never ever be peace. The peace that people actually talk about is usually just a leash to silence people, because again, it's until these structures that demand this suffering and exploitation are actively dismantled, peace will only remain a lie that is told by those who profit from the wreckage, right? And lastly, is it okay if I plug some things, Smitty?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, of course, always.
Okay. So as you guys know, I always highlight initiatives. I'm gonna post a video, by the way, Smitty. Remember the initiative that I highlighted on your panel last time for the Eritrean families who are stranded in Egypt and in Sudan. I received the photos. They received their food. It was very heartwarming. I'm not gonna lie. all the money that you guys donated, because we did meet the goal while I was highlighting it here. I'm going to post the photos and the videos that I received. They received food, so much food, and they also received clothing as well. It was very heartwarming. I almost cried when I saw it. The initiative was for Eritrean families, which Eritrean refugees and are neglected in general. So thank you so much for that, Smitty. I did want to highlight another initiative, which is of an Eritrean man. His name is Mahmoud Ahmed. He has literally dedicated his more than 40 years of his life creating art for Eritrea, especially during the 30-year genocide. So he was actively sharing our culture, our stories, and our history while 20% of our population was being exterminated. So now, unfortunately, he has liver issues, chronic liver disease, and he has no resources. There's like barely active resources in Eritrea for him to get that necessary help. And so he needs to go to Egypt, but he doesn't have the money to go to Egypt. So that initiative is in the link tree in my bio. Please help him get his treatment so he can leave Eritrea as well to go to Egypt and get it. And to anybody else who wants to help people in Congo, to help people in Haiti, in South Sudan, in Sudan, and Eritrean people as well. If you have any extra coins, even if it's just $1 or $5, genuinely, I know $5 might not seem much, but it's really, really existential to people who are maybe going through famine or basically don't have anything. All those links are in the link tree in my bio. Any initiative that you pick, you can donate to them if you want to help causes that are very neglected and very ignored. The one that I'm highlighting is really the one for Mahmoud Ahmed, but I appreciate you, Smitty. Thank you so much, Asper.
Of course. Thank you, fam. Let me go to Swan. Go ahead, Swan. And Nichelle just got your text. If that person's available, let me know. Just text me.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Go ahead, Swan. Final comment.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna say I think people definitely need to do their due diligence in understanding what is happening outside of the United States. I mean, obviously what's happening inside the United States is important as well, but I do think that people need to educate themselves. I'm just still frustrated by Andrea that was up here yesterday when she claimed to be for an oppressive group and then, for the oppressed group. It just didn't make any sense. But in addition to that, I also think it's really important for people to slow down every once in a while and to just kind of like ground yourself and assess your circumstances. I think we have been hit with so much when it comes to, listen, we started off this administration with what? Plane crashes? And then look at where we're at. But the American people have not gotten a break. We have not gotten a break. And we ain't gonna get a break anytime soon. So I don't know if people process that at all. I don't even know if it's possible for a person to process that much. I don't even know that the therapists are equipped to process all of this because they got to process things for themselves as well. But I do just think it's really important that people think about that just as you're going through, your day to day, and then also to check in on other people as well. And don't wait for people to ask. Don't wait for people to ask. I'm telling you right now, I'm somebody I could be in a ditch living, in a ditch, and I will not ask anybody for help. So I do think it's important for people to lean into each other in that way. But I think that's everything for me. That's all I got.
I appreciate you.
I appreciate it, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. What you said about a lot of people aren't going to ask, I completely agree with you. And Swan, I was thinking about, remember when people were making a big fuss about when he spelled coffee, Kofefe? Lord help me, could I go back to then? I'll take that damn Kofefe now. Goodness gracious. Oh, Lord. Anyway, all right. So I think I think everybody got a final comment in. Much love to everybody. There will be definitely some more news coming on that idea that I told you about. Really quick, Iran, as you know, reimposed restrictions on the passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz. And they also have said that priority will be given to vessels that paid across the Strait of Hormuz on Saturday, which is today. Oh, John, you want to say something? Go ahead, John, and then we'll be done.
Yeah, I only want to say one quick thing. I love the idea of the 8 minutes thing. I work in finance. I just wanted to point out to everybody some statistical numbers. 6 in 10 Americans would have difficulty finding $1,000 for an emergency. Over 50%, close to 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. 48% are not properly protected with health, with their insurance. And the average consumer debt right now is over $100,000 per house. The reason that we don't see the kind of devastation that we saw in 1929 is solely because of credit. People are able to rely on credit in times of peril, and then they are reduced to endless payments of making minimum payments. So just so everybody's aware, I do free debt reduction. I wouldn't want to plug, but I know everybody's struggling right now. It's completely complimentary. It will not cost anything. It's not consolidation. There's no actual payment plans, but it will give you a roadmap to financial freedom, to erasing your debt. And it's 100% free. So DM me if you need help erasing debt, because I can do that for you. It's one thing I can do.
Okay. All right. Thank you, John. I appreciate that. All right. Much love, everybody. Nichelle, I'm about to call you. And tomorrow I should be live. And then next couple days. What's that?
Don't lie to us. You left us hanging
No, I'll be live
too many days in a row.
I know, huh? I know y'all miss me. I miss you guys as well, for real. We had 500,000. We did hit 500,000 likes. Wow, that's the highest I think I've seen in quite a while. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you guys. I think Monday, though, I don't know if I'm going to be live on Monday. Actually, no, that's not true. That's not true. I think Monday I will be able to be live. But Tuesday may be a little difficult. Auntie, you know I would never lie to you, Auntie. I got you. Win to all the Smittens out there. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate the panelists. Y'all take care. We'll talk to y'all soon. The victims, their families, and their loved ones are close. How? I don't understand it. How? How, when you don't support the regulation that can at least mitigate the odds of this happening? How are you holding anybody close? I don't understand it. I really don't understand it. Ronnie, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I just want to be really quick to everybody that's just coming into the live right now. There's over 360 viewers. This information is still just fresh information coming out of the ground. Investigation is still underway. The crime scenes are still active. In Shreveport, again, as we've said, it was 8 children unalived between the ages of 1 and 14, 2 women injured. And all we know is that, according to Shreveport police, the suspect, some of the children are the descendants of that suspect. But no other information has been provided at this time other than the location of the crime scenes, and they're still in the middle of doing their investigations. They haven't even released the suspect's name yet and the relation of those children to the suspect. So we're following updates closely, and we'll obviously share more as Smitty and everybody on the panel always does. But I don't want anyone jumping to speculation at this time.
Yeah, thank you, Ronnie. We always try to say that. I'm glad you said that. I missed that in my frustration. That we don't want to speculate who did this and all of that kind of stuff. It takes away from our position on what needs to happen, right, when we start to speculate. So no, I'm glad you said that. If you are one more thing I want to add to tax dollars, I appreciate you, bro. Thank you. One thing that I do want to also add, if you're from the Shreveport, Louisiana area, you want to come up, you've heard something concrete, please feel free. Sadly, but I appreciate it on the platform very deeply. every time this happens, we have somebody that is connected almost every time. And you talk about impactful when those folks come up and speak about their specific communities. It gets very real very quick. So again, if you're in the Shreveport, Louisiana area, you want to come up and talk about what happened, just let me know. Put it in the comments. We'll get you up. Go ahead, Tax Dollars, if you want to say something.
No, it's all bark and no bite. Whether it's the left or the right, it is always bark and no bite. And it's really frustrating. If we had a problem with this, there would be legislation put in regardless of who is in power. It should be getting pumped out there. It should be promoted. Like, where's AOC? Where's Jasmine Crockett? Where is Bernie? Where are all these people that are the loudest? And what? Right now they're just silent as fuck. Like, what is that? I don't care that we look weak. Looking and being weak are two different things. And we are weak as a motherfucker right now. And I am over it. Like, something needs to be done. Our people need to stand the fuck up and get shit done instead of sitting around and complaining about it. And what I'm saying is, the politicians, the best we can do is call our congressmen, you know what I mean, and try to get them to act. And that's all we can do. Phone calls and emails. So when are they actually going to take action? When are they going to stick up for the rest of us? Because what's happening right now in this country is trash, and nobody's trying to pick it up.
All right. Thank you, Tax Dollars. Let me go. I'm going to skip order a little bit. Let me go to Brian. Brian, what would you like to share with us?
Yeah, I just saw the news earlier because I got the news alert too. I mean, yeah, it's unfortunate, and it's one of these things where I'm aware of it. I'm aware probably all the past a few pew-pewings we've had this year alone. But if something like Sandy Hook, Pulse nightclub, that concert in Las Vegas in 2017, I believe, where I think that was over 50 people were unalived. I don't know what exactly is going to make people change their minds, or at least more importantly, Congress, or specifically the Republicans. I mean, yeah, I think for me, I think someone said they blame the Democrats. I don't know if I necessarily would say the same thing. However, I did believe when Charlie Kirk was unalived, that should have been politicized at an extreme level. Like, I don't care what anyone says. That should have been the Democrats' messaging and saying, this is why we need more universal pew-pew laws. And for anyone that says if certain states have strict pew-pew laws, and they claim it's ineffective, I to a certain degree, I agree, because if the next state over, if their pew-pew laws are pretty relaxed, then yeah, it would just take somebody from that state to just literally drive over there and do a mass pew-pewing. So that's why we need something more universal. But we've been saying this for almost most of my lifetime at this point. I'm 36, so I don't know, unless this affects unless there's another pew-pewing where it directly affects the children of these Congress people, nothing is going to change.
All right, let me go. I just want to get new panelist temperature. Reginald, what would you like to share with us?
The problem that we're having is that the NRA is so strong, and they're putting so much money into the politicians that they don't care anything about children or anybody else for that matter. And until we get dark money out of Congress, we're going to have a problem, period. I land my plane.
All right. Thank you, Reginald. I appreciate that. Let me go back down to, is there anybody that disagrees with Reginald? Out of curiosity, in the chat, is there anybody that disagrees with Reginald or some of the takes on the panel? You feel like, hey, it's, some other issue or some other, let me know. I'm just curious, because I would hope that we would all see this headline and say, enough is enough, right? Enough is enough. That we would see this headline and say, okay, this has to stop, right? No matter where you are on the political spectrum.
Well,
I
here
would
you're
hope we can say
talking
that.
about here
Go
you're
ahead, go ahead,
talking
Randall.
about here you're talking about two children. When you look at all the ones that in Sandy Hook and all the rest of these places that has happened, and all we got was thoughts and prayers. And I'm an ex-pastor. I want to cuss the motherfuckers out about thoughts and prayers. I don't want to hear another damn thing about your thoughts and prayers. Period.
Let me go to is it Elcop Grams?
ICOP Grams.
ICOP Grams. Yeah, you said you disagree. What piece do you disagree with, sir?
From what I heard, I just don't understand like the notion that like political like the Congress or anything can stop these things from happening. Like we have laws against illegal substances, we have laws against weapons already, and the fact that people think criminals aren't going to be able to access these things, whether you have a law on them or anyway, or whether you have a law against them or not, it's just like wishful thinking. I feel like it's like we already have laws on the books for a lot of illegal activities that still occur. I mean, of course, we want these things to be limited as much as possible, but a criminal is gonna do criminal acts. It's not gonna change. If somebody wants to do what happened in Las Vegas where they unalive people, they're gonna find a way to do it. I mean, if not that big a scale, it's gonna happen in some fashion. It's not like they can't access these things because, like I said, there's plenty of illegal things that you shouldn't have access to that criminals find a way to have access to. So whether it's going to be on the same scale, I guess you could say that if you want to limit the amount of people that it affects, I get that, but it's still going to be something that occurs no matter what kind of law you want to pass in Congress or what kind of NRA interference you want to run or anything. It's just it's unavoidable, unfortunately. Of course, you want to try and do things for change. I get that. I'm not against people wanting to better the world, but just the notion that you're somehow gonna stop these things, or it's because of Congress or political people not stepping in.
I got you.
It just doesn't make sense.
Let me. I want to go to John real quick, you guys. Hold on for 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I want to go to John real quick. And John, can you mention what you said about Australia? But yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, 100%. To say that, I mean, that's just the most ignorant thing I've ever heard in my life. Oh, Congress can't do anything, so we might as well just sit back and let it continue to happen. So let me give you some statistics.
I didn't say that.
Icon, if that's your name, sir, or ICOP. Listen, Australia, 1996, last mass shooting with a AR. Last time, assault weapons ban. Hasn't been one since. There's been one mass shooting there since. It was in 2025. That's 29 years later. And it was with a bolt action, not an assault weapon. Now, let's go to U.S. statistics. Prior to 1994, there had been 50 plus mass shootings from 1984 to 1994. Then we put in the assault weapons ban. Clinton did. We only had 31 in 10 years. The moment the assault weapons ban was lifted, 80 in 10 years. Reform does work. Now, that's 80 in 10 years from 2014. Don't let me go from 2014 on. I don't even have that statistic. It will make everyone here sick. That has to do with the mental health decline in the United States. The fact that the rich just keep getting richer. The poor just keep getting poorer. The marginalized just keep getting more marginalized. The oppressed just keeps getting more oppressed. While they sit on their high horses in Congress and collect massive amounts of money from the NRA and lobbyists. I grew up in Colorado. I lived 10 minutes from Columbine. I woke up happy as hell on 420 to go party with my friends and had to be devastated by the fact that my friends were in school. My family was in school, cowering under desks because of 2 kids. And congressmen were involved in that deal because that school was brand new, hadn't been around very long. It was built specifically for the purpose of Lockheed Martin, who's another weapons defense contractor, major player in that, built them a facility in Littleton, Colorado, where they moved hundreds of families to. That's where those 2 boys came from. Their parents were defense contractors working for Lockheed Martin. Reform works. The statistics prove it, period. Don't say they don't. It's a major red flag.
And really quickly,
go ahead. And then I want to let the next panelist go. But if you want to do a quick response, go ahead.
You just being super vague, bro. Like you're talking about reform, but
That's not vague.
Hold on, y'all. Let them land, and then we'll get.
What does that even consist of? Like, what are you gonna do for Billy in the backwoods or John in the hood? Like, what does reform mean to them? Like, what does that even mean for them? How is your reform gonna stop them from doing what they're gonna do? Like, I just, if you could elaborate on that, I would appreciate it.
Well, so real quick, let me just jump in just for the speed of it. But so what John said about Australia and how they made their reforms and they only had one pew-pewing, I hate using that word, but it is what it is per the app. One pew-pewing in almost, 20, 25 years, as opposed to having quite a few. Then they had massive reforms. And the same in America, how the numbers have diminished under the Clinton administration. And then now those reforms got weakened or repealed. And then now the number of pew-pewings have risen. So so is your thing that, hey, you'll never get rid of it entirely, and so what's the point? Or is it, do you agree that reforms do make some impact?
I agree that you attempting to get reform, that's a noble call. It's a noble idea, but
you don't think
criminals are going to be criminals.
So why bother have laws? Why bother having laws at all?
You're not elaborating on it. You're not elaborating on what you mean by reform. Like, what do you mean by that?
Can I jump in just for a second? Because I think the brother down there, he made all the sense. Why have laws, period? We're never going to get rid of everything. I mean, you have a knife. If a knife is supposed to be for cutting your meals up or whatever the case may be, it can be turned and used as a weapon. We understand that. But at some particular point, we have to be conscious of what's going on and use common sense. That they're telling you that if, for example, people who have mental health problems shouldn't have access to guns where they can get them just because they have mental health problems. You have to be able to slow the damn thing down and keep guns out of the hands of people who shouldn't have them. That's all it's going to do. It is never going to eliminate the problem, but it will slow the problem down. That's what we're talking about. Everybody here has enough sense to know that somebody that's a criminal is going to be a criminal. You can't do anything about that. We got that. But at least make the laws so darn severe that if they do it, there's consequences behind it.
So real quick, real quick, you guys, hold on, you guys, real quick. I saw somebody said, Lonnie says, I actually stay in Cedar Grove in Shreveport. Lonnie, how far was what happened today from you in Shreveport? And if you obviously have any information being local, feel free to, if you want to come up, I definitely will get you up to speak from a local perspective.
It happened. I believe, according to the news reports, I believe it happened in Cedar Grove.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. Okay. Got it. Okay. All right. Let me go ahead. I think Brian, you want to say something? Go ahead. Brian?
Yeah. So just the logic. Oh, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, can you hear me? Okay. So the logic of saying that criminals are going to be criminals. So basically, what's the point? I know you're not technically saying that, but the logic is that just because criminals are going to be criminals, well, what's the point? Well, why bother even having laws at all? Because even if we introduce more laws, it's not going to stop any criminal or all criminals. The point is to mitigate it or to decrease it as much as possible. And it's not going to be a one solution thing, especially when it comes to pew violence. It's a multitude of things. I would say raise the age of buying a pew to 21 years old, because a lot of pews have been committed by 18-year-olds who just purchased one. I would say a universal background checks more enforced at a bigger level. Buyback plans. It's going to be a whole list of things. That's why this thing needs to be universal. It can't just be a one thing. One state can't have one law and the other is going to be more relaxed. That it's kind of pointless if that's the case, because like I said, people can just drive across another state and do another mass pewing. And we are the only country in the developed world that has this problem. Again, the only developed country in the world. Every other country, like Japan, the UK, Australia, all these countries have very strict pew laws, and they don't have this issue. And if anybody, I swear, if any Republican, anybody can bring this up. If somebody brings up mental health, I'm gonna scream, because those are the same people who are against universal health care. Because it's the same thing. If you want people to address mental health, you need to support universal health care so everybody has a chance to improve not just their physical health, but their mental health too.
Yes. Let me say one
real
more thing.
quick. Let me hold on. Give me a second. Balderdash had a comment. Balderdash said, "You all chant God bless America while we all thank God we aren't Americans." Damn.
Woo.
I saw that in the comments.
Wow. Damn, yeah.
That's something.
Wow.
That's fitting.
Right.
Wow. I read that. I had to stop. I didn't even read the last 60 comments I came through.
Holy shit.
So real quick. So we got a big panel. So let me just make sure I call on everybody before you speak, just because I won't be able to y'all, we won't be able to hear y'all. Let me go up to Nichelle. Nichelle, thank you for coming up. Do you have any updates for us? Nichelle, are you there?
Hey, Smitty.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry. So I'm just reading the local articles. They're kind of saying the same thing that AP was reporting. What I want to say real quick with my time, I'm going to kind of go over again the platform, like kind of guidelines that Smitty has set. I see a lot of new people here, and we're really going to be strict with this. We have to be, because of the app. It's already starting to glitch a little bit, Smitty. I didn't drop myself. The app dropped me. The app is very sensitive to comment sections and what people talk about. So we have to abide by TikTok friendly language. This is a very heavy topic, and I get it. I get people are going to be passionate. Number one thing that Smitty does not like, none of us like it, is over talking. He sets the order of the flow of the response. So it's 2 minutes to open, 2 minutes to close if that's your last comment, and 1 minute to respond if you are addressed by someone. In your 2 minutes, if you choose to engage with another panelist, just know that I can't stop the timer and pause it. You'll be eating up your 2 minutes time. So let's continue to share out the live. There's 450 people in here. Make sure that you grabbed your daily heart and follow all the things. Smitty's pay links are in his bio if you want to bless him, and also let's help him reach his live goal. But Smitty, I just want to address something that I think is so incredibly frustrating when we talk about this. There are parents that are grieving right now and family members that are grieving right now over these 8 children, ages between 1 and 14. Okay. I'm familiar with Shreveport. My youngest son went to school in Natchitoches. And so, we used to have to travel there, close to there all the time, and we would visit and stop in Shreveport. And so, yes, I would love to have some Shreveport locals come up if you guys would like to share. But as we once again start to argue about the merits of gun control, of pew control, and laws and regulations, let's not forget. Can y'all mute up, please? What is this? Thank you. Let's not forget that there's a human toll to this. A community is rocked by this. 8 blessed little angels are gone because of this. I think we forget all of that. I feel like this conversation is trending toward thoughts and prayers that we see from politicians all the time. And we forget that there are actual families that their whole entire world has been rocked today because of this. There were 3 separate locations okay, so this person went from location to location to commit this horrible crime. And I can't even imagine that. Like that is the very definition
Ronnie
of a
said 4.
free. Is it 4? Okay, Ronnie, thank
It's
you.
4 locations.
Yeah, 4 different locations. Can you imagine it? Can you imagine it? Your small town of Shreveport, and this person decides to go to 4 different locations to unalive children, while y'all want to argue about whether or not pew-pews are the issue. Of course pew-pews are the issue. Like so many people on the panelists have said, listen, you can argue with it all day long. Argue with your mama if you want to. But the fact of the matter is, if the population doesn't have access, does it completely erase the chances of something like this happening? Of course not. There's always going to be somebody that, finds a loophole. But if you have a universal pew-pew regulations that makes it extremely difficult for people to get pew-pews like other developed countries, you will see statistically these numbers go down. I mean, that's just the fact of the matter. I don't understand why that's even a conversation. And it just literally angers me knowing that, again, these families are rocked. Their whole world has been shattered today, right? There's going to be 8 funerals of tiny little caskets, and people want to argue about whether or not they want to hold on to the 2A. Like, come on. I don't know. Just be sensible about this. And again, we're going to be real strict with the rules.
Yeah, thank you, Nichelle. Let's see. Can we? Oh, wow. So, hey, Lonnie. I'm. Okay. Never mind. You address it in your message. Never mind. Wow. Okay. I just saw. And this is why I think it's always important to have people. And I like what Nichelle said. Make sure we're holding space, because for some people, this is hitting home extremely hard. For some people, this is the worst day of their life, right? And so I do think that is very, very, very important to always keep that in mind as we're talking about it. I know we're disappointed, we're frustrated. This is a headline that's very horrible for us, but for some people, it is, again, literally the worst day of their life. So I think we do need to always keep that in mind. Let's just go down the panel. I think, Brian, you spoke last. Let me go to Jermaine.
Yeah, and statistics show that majority of mass pew-pewings come from legal firearm purchases. That is a fact. Like a majority of them are bought in gun stores, and there is a major problem of like firearm. Can I say that? Pew pew trafficking in America too as well. It's just a huge problem, but a lot of them do occur in states with weak firearm laws. Like a lot of GOP led states have weak firearm laws. And that's where majority of, well, I ain't gonna say that was majority of mass unaliving happens, but that's where a lot of, especially in the South, mass unalivings happen. So I do think that countries that have unalivings, and that is facts. I'm just trying to protect the life. But that is a fact. Like even in China, like you're not even allowed to have a personal one. You're not allowed at all. Like not even, you can't even legally buy one. And the penalty is 3 years to life. 3 years to life in China when it comes to that. So I do believe, and we rarely hear about those kind of things in China. So these Firearm laws are, I think they can definitely curve this, Smitty. Will it solve it completely? No. But can it curve it by a margin, a wide margin? Yes, they can. And if that saves 1 life, 2 lives, 3 lives, 4 lives, a child's life, a woman's life, anybody's life, then you don't have any. Mainly in a lot of GOP states, this is what our problem lies, because I'll land there. I don't want to go over my time, but I'll land there.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Jermaine. Let me just pop up to Black Ice, get Black Ice's first perspective, and then we'll go to John, Textiles, and Ronnie.
Yeah, thank you.
Of course, man. Of course.
I think that the biggest thing that once, we have to give grace and really understand that a lot of times, these people just don't start with the fact of, I have this on my mind and I'm going to pew pew people, right? And I think we as a society really have to understand what has built up to these things. And really, if we really care, we have to give that and put that in consideration. Of course, we have to really look at the pew pew and who has access to it and should we have it. But that's not where we have to give grace and understanding of how these people got here.
Okay. All right. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, as always. Let me go to John. John, go ahead, bro.
I'd just like to point out that do you know why gun reform won't happen? This is gonna sound really callous, but the reason gun reform won't happen is because it does nothing that will allow them to control women. So kids passing away because kids unaliving from mass shootings isn't gonna matter. They claim to be pro-life, but the only thing they're pro-life about is the AB situation. And I'm so like, talk about they shouldn't even call it that. What they are is pro-forced birth because they can control women. If they actually cared about kids, there would be food stamps, there would be Medicaid for all, there would be mental health, there would be child care across the board. Women wouldn't have to worry about jobs and running a home and doing those things because they would have the resources that they need to be able to care for their children, to be able to put a house over their head. You realize that the average home today, regardless of what state you live in, you need 3 or 4 incomes to be able to survive. God forbid one of you gets sick and winds up in the hospital. Now, I don't know what's going on with this family, and this is obviously a huge family. If it's multiple kids across that all happen to belong to this one guy that committed this horrible act. But why did he commit the act? What oppression has that man faced? What oppression has that family faced over the last 20 years that led to the circumstances that led to this? That's where we got to dissect it, right? I mean, we can't talk about I'm really disgusted by the guy, but why did the guy do it? What resources were not available to him that should have been? Those are the questions I'm asking.
Okay. Thank you, John. All right. Kaiser says, what excuse? Let me go to Tactiles. Tactiles, what do you think?
I was just looking up. Yeah, John, I say they're pro fetus because they don't care about the life that is birthed after that. So, but I also looked up the numbers, and since 2014, man, 5,600 have been unalived from mass pewings, and 23,000
Say the number again. What was that?
There have been 5,600 people that have been unalived since 2014, right? Like, because he was saying he didn't know the stats after that. So 5,600 unalived and over 23,000 that were hit by the rounds.
Wow. I'm sorry. That's
dude, it's crazy.
Wow.
Like, how do we not learn? John, you can interject, dude. I'm totally okay with that.
I was just almost afraid to look it up. That's why I didn't, because I knew the numbers would be that bad. That's all.
Like, holy cow, dude. Like, what are we thinking?
5,600.
Well, we know what the number one unalivers to children in the U.S. It's not gender reassignment surgeries. It's this. It's pew pews. And this is what I mean. I don't hate to politicize it, but I mean that's what we need to do. Because again, this is how we kind of are where we. This is kind of where we the reason why we are where we are, because we let the right control the narrative on everything, and we are suffering in more ways than we don't even realize exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy.
Okay.
If you guys, sorry, I was just kind of trying to.
Go ahead.
It's wild because if you look up the statistics, the right wing is the largest domestic terrorist group in our country. They have caused the most political violence. They have planned the most, political violence, whether it's kidnappings or breaking into congressmen's homes it's been all them. And it's listed on the Cato Institute and CSIS. Like, that's the threat in our country. It's them.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Real quick, y'all. Hold on, real quick. Oh, give me 1 second, Black Eyes. You actually do have a little bit more time. Let me just do a quick recap, and then Black Eyes, I'll come to you, and then we'll drop down to Ronnie. Real quick. So 8 children unalive, 2 wounded in a Louisiana domestic disturbance. You can see the headline. This happened early morning Central Time. As you know, Shreveport is in Louisiana. One of the largest cities in Louisiana. I would imagine probably the 3rd or 4th largest city. I'm guessing, but somewhere in that range. I would imagine maybe just New Orleans and Baton Rouge are probably the only 2 that I would think that are bigger, but maybe not. Maybe Shreveport's bigger, even bigger than Baton Rouge. I don't know. Let me know. But definitely one of the largest cities in Louisiana. Happened after 6 a.m. Central Time. There have been at least 114 mass pew-pewings in the United States so far this year. Okay, may I remind everybody, today is April the 19th. And let me also remind everybody, CNN defines a mass pew-pewing as one in which at least 4 or more people are struck, not including the person that did it. So just think about that. In this year, 114. Can you okay, so now let me continue. The vehicle was chased into Bossier Parish, and at which point in time, Shreveport police officers unalived that person that did this. House Speaker Mike Johnson called the unalivings heartbreaking.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I know. We're holding the victims, their families, and loved ones, and our Shreveport community close in our thoughts and prayers during this incredibly difficult time, is what he said. Now, I'll leave it up to you if you really believe that that's sincere or not. I'm not going to go there. I already did a little bit earlier. But that is the quick recap as to what has happened this morning in Northwest Louisiana, in Shreveport. Black Ice, go ahead. I know you had something to say, and then we'll drop down to Ronnie.
Yeah, because right now, I mean, I am from Colorado, and one of the things that we deal with is the fact that, like I said, it's really truly having the ability to care for humans. And if you're really into this issue and really trying to solve it, it's not a Democrat thing. It's not a Republican thing. Nathan Dunlap wasn't, I don't think he was a Republican who ended up unaliving people. I don't think the Trenchcoat Mafia were political affiliation to the Democratic Party. So when we have to if you really care, don't take tabs on whether their political affiliation matters. I think that is when people who are actually working on these situations, that's where we start to question, does Washington really care? Because that doesn't matter. Because when that little child is unalive that went to school, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. But do we need Washington to fix this? Yes. And if we're going to go tit for tat, I don't think this has been going on for almost 20 years. So I don't think that that's probably the best strategy to really solve people still staying on this earth.
Okay. Thank you, Black Ice. We'll drop down to Ronnie. Ronnie, go ahead.
Yeah, and I wanted to actually address something that was mentioned earlier by I guess, the person who dropped. And there were people in the comments as well that were talking about how, they don't want their pew-pews being taken away from them, and there's nothing that the government can do to impede on their rights. And John did a really good job explaining what the Clinton administration did back in 1994 in passing the assault weapon ban for 10 years, which was sunset in 2004, and Congress failed to extend it, so it expired. As John explained, there was a decrease in the number of pew-pewings with assault rifles, and a decrease in the number of murders, unalivings, that were committed using assault weapons. And this contributed greatly to the act that was passed, banning these, assault weapons. And it banned 50 individual types of weapons, just to give background, 50 assault weapons, semi-automatic rifles and whatnot. That was, once again, banned for sale, import, and manufacturing in the United States. And that's exactly what happened, and we saw a change. And they're like, okay, and people in the comments were complaining about, oh, well, when are we going to see change? It's not going to be from banning. Well, unfortunately, we're going to have to ban. We're going to have to regulate. We're going to have to restrict at some point, because that's the only way that we see change. We saw it in the UK. We saw it in Australia. We saw it in many other countries. Mm-hmm. That's the only way to truly see change and a decrease in, unalivings. And the whole point of passing these laws is not to completely prevent it from happening, but to minimize the impact. That's what a lot of people don't recognize. We can't prevent it from happening 100%, but if we can at least put a dent in all of this and save lives, then obviously the laws are successful.
Okay, let's do this real quick. Quick poll of the chat. If you believe that reform is needed with legislatively, put a 1. If you think it's not going to matter, put a 2. I just want to see where the chat is. How you feel about reform legislation? Let's see where we're at with the chat. Okay. All right. Let me go to Nichelle. Nichelle, any updates or anything you want to say?
Yeah, I'll check the updates. I'm just y'all on the chat today are I don't know, the dialogue around this is very concerning. I'm not gonna lie. How quickly people just want to defend their rights. And by the way, I saw some y'all are gonna get muted if you say disparaging things about any community, especially the Black community in this. We don't know of these families. We don't know the race of the perpetrator. We don't. So stop making assumptions about what you think happens in particular communities, because again, we don't know. It just happened this morning. But yeah, all the news outlets are reporting the same thing. There's no real update in terms of identifying the perpetrator. Let me see here. Yeah, no. There's nothing about that. Ronnie said something that just really rocked my world, Smitty. He said, small caskets are the heaviest to carry.
Ooh.
I'm going to say that again, y'all. Ronnie said it. I'm going to repeat it. Small caskets are the hardest and the heaviest to carry. Again, I'm just going to keep going back to that, to so many people who feel like, this whole narrative of thoughts and prayers and there's nothing to do. Yeah, that's beyond the pale.
Wow. Yeah, that is heavy. Jermaine, I think you had your hand up. We're gonna kind of bounce around a little bit. Thank you guys again in the chat for helping with the live goals. I appreciate it. Con Eunice, thank you for your support. Victoria, thank you for your support, fam. I think I missed the person that hit the last hand hard. I apologize. Elizabeth, thank you. Appreciate you guys. Let me go down to Jermaine. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Smitty, you remember when the Black Panthers went on the Capitol with their weapons,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
right? You know, you know who supported firearm reform? The
Mick Jagger.
NRA did.
Mm-hmm.
The NRA supported it. They supported as it was the Mulford Act that California implemented right after the Panthers went on the Capitol with their weapons, and that's when the NRA and the governor and a lot of politicians were for gun control. See, they were for that when the Panthers were exercising their right. In the company, they were black men, right? So again, like I think we have to tie it to also, it's a white supremacist issue. This is a racist issue too, when it comes to firearm laws, right? I think, because I do agree with reforms, because this country, we don't even try reforms. Or when we do, they get gutted or they get pushed back, but we have to keep trying for reforms. Especially on this measure here, I think it's a no-brainer because we're talking about lives here. Like you said, innocent lives, kids, little ones, right? But my only disagreement with Black Ice Point, he said the last 20 years. Smitty, it's the last 400 plus years of gun violence. 400, not 25, not 30, not since 94, not since 95, but 400 plus years of firearm violence. The very foundations, again, the very foundations of this country was founded upon it. Yes, we need reforms to curb this really bad to save lives. But after that, we got to go beyond the measure of like, this is a violence too, not just the weapons, but just straight violence because of the conditions of what this society was born off of. And Smitty, this is the same country said, you know how we're going to solve violence? We're going to use more military. We're going to use more police. That's their solution to this. More military, more policing, more militarization of the police. Police going around with tanks and these armored fire trucks like they're about to, like this is Call of Duty. So this is their way of solving it. But Smitty, it's the last 400 plus years, not 30. This is a white supremacist and racist issue, not just as much as of anything.
All right. Thank you, Jermaine. Let's pop up to Miss K. Miss K. I saw you're from Louisiana. Talk to me about how folks are feeling in the state of Louisiana right now.
I'm in Baton Rouge and just devastated. I mean, you could imagine, just devastated. And Louisiana, right now, we're already going through a lot with the governor that we have and the bills that he's trying to push through with, removing black judges and different things like that. Like they don't. It's like they don't care about the people. They really do not. They don't. I mean, it's heartbreaking. It's really heartbreaking.
I can only imagine. So for those that don't know, Ms. K, if you could break it down just a little bit for me, the size of Shreveport. My understanding, Shreveport is one of the is it the second or the third largest city in Louisiana?
Shreveport is the third largest city in Louisiana. So you have New Orleans, us here in Baton Rouge, and then you have Shreveport. And Shreveport has had a lot of violence over the years. Been a lot of violence. I mean, for those who don't know, we have a lot of poverty too in Louisiana. A lot. Yes. They just did a bill to try to raise the minimum wage from $7.25, and they voted it down.
Wow, we were just talking about this.
We're still at $7.25.
Wow.
Was it the state legislature that voted it down?
Yep, the legislature voted it down. Yeah, I mean, all of the bills to try to do things to help, voting those bills down, 100% voting those bills down, that would help, help the people. But that's the legacy of Louisiana.
Right. Can you talk, Ms. K, a little bit about, I'm dialoguing with somebody in Louisiana right now, and they're mentioning around the pew pew reform. I hate that we gotta say it like that. Laws and how they may have changed recently. Can you talk about just in Louisiana what are the laws like for pew pews? And then is it stricter? Do you think it's strict, not strict enough? What do you think?
Not strict enough, and I know they were just trying to lower the age to 18 and then with concealed carry and I was just looking at the fact that like we don't have a mandatory registry. There's no registry. So I mean, it's one of those states where they want it to be loose as a goose when it comes down to pew laws. Absolutely, because they want to protect that 100%.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I have family near Shreveport, and I remember going back, and I was like, "Man, everybody got pews on them out here." I was like, "Woo!" Me being from California, it was it was different. Even though I grew up in a neighborhood where a lot of people had pews, but it wasn't out. In Louisiana, it's like they just out with it. As right? And so it's a whole different story out there.
Yeah, and again, the job market in Louisiana is not good. I mean, of course, it built on cheap labor. Agriculture is one of our main industries, and Shreveport really does not have a lot. So you definitely have a lot of poverty. So we know when we're looking at things like DV, poverty, not having the money, different things like that, having that many kids, that adds to it. It adds to all of the chaos.
Exactly. Wow. And then is there any updates that you might have out there that you haven't heard us mention? I mean, we talked about that. This happened at 6:00 in the morning. 8 children unalived and 2 wounded. And is there anything else you've heard that maybe we haven't mentioned that you wanted to say?
I haven't heard anything else. I mean, people have started circulating pictures on Facebook, but nothing is confirmed yet. But I mean, yeah, I haven't heard anything. Hoping to hear some more really soon. It's just like I said, it's just devastating. You just can't imagine. I have 6 kids, so I cannot. I can't imagine that. And the children.
Right.
I don't understand that.
Right.
Really
Yeah.
don't.
I'm with you, Miss K. I'm with you. And sometimes I'm glad you said that, because sometimes we are frustrated about what happened, but we're not centering that 8 children were unalived. And again, for a lot of people, this is literally the worst day of their life, a day that they never thought would come. And we cannot ever forget that. So I'm really glad you said that.
Absolutely.
Yep, absolutely. All right. Whoever wants to jump in, I'm going to open up the panel. If you want to ask Ms. K a question, if you want to.
Could you put me on the big screen real quick? I just wanted to show some data.
Okay.
I want to jump in too.
Okay. All right. We'll do tax dollars, and then we'll go to Reginald.
I want to jump in.
Okay.
Hopefully I cropped it right.
Give me 1 second. All right. There we go.
Oh, shit. All right. So what we have here is domestic terrorists, right? And unalivements by groups. And all the red in the top one, that's right wing. The blue is us, and then yellow is Islamic extremists, right? Like, these are the threats, man. That is the largest threat, is the right wing. 100%. I know I know somebody was just saying we shouldn't point out sides, but we kind of need to, because there is a threat in our country, and I'm sorry, but it's primarily coming from the right. And it's what? It's a bunch of peckerwoods like me, man. You know what I mean? It is. It's just the fact of what's happening in this country. But that's it. I just wanted to show that.
Yep. Let me go to I think Reginald, you want to jump in, and then
he said something. He said a lot of what I want to say to Black. Yes, we have to be political about this, because first of all, these Republicans are ridiculous, and they need to be out of office, because they're the ones who are holding things back. And number 2, we ought to have a bullet registry, just like we have fingerprint registry. We ought to have a bullet registry. So that if somebody is unalive, We can go back and say, if we find the bullet in them, where did this bullet come from? We have a direction of where we need to go to find out about that person. The other thing is we need to start holding these gun manufacturers and the ones that sell them, we need to start holding them accountable. We start holding them accountable, maybe we'll get some laws that will, be able, because they would have to pay something out of their pockets. Right now, they have no accountability. They sell it, they make it, it's out there. It's no problem. I'm done.
Okay.
Smitty, can I respond to that?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Black Ice. And then I think Jermaine, was it Jermaine that wants to come in too? I think so. Go ahead, Black Ice. Go ahead.
And I want to stress this, and this is where I want to make it very clear, right? Is that, I don't know if you guys have heard, he's Nathan Dunlap. He was a Chuck E. Cheese person that unalived multiple people, right? His political affiliation had nothing to do with the fact that he was abused, that he led in what social issues that he faced and decided to do has nothing to do with his political affiliation.
We're not talking about the person. We're talking about the problem.
Do you think that the person has anything to do with it?
We're talking about the problem. The problem would probably, if we deal with the problem, the person may not be a factor.
Have you ever?
Because they wouldn't be able to get a gun.
Okay, so have you ever talked to anyone? Have you ever even said that to someone who has lost a life because of a situation like that? How did you feel?
Have I talked to someone?
Yeah,
of course.
If someone who,
of course I have.
Okay, what
of course I have.
Did you ever tell them what you just said?
Did I ever tell them what I just said?
Yes. It's not about the person.
Listen, first of all, when I talk to somebody about their personal issue, that's the personal issue. When I'm talking to people about how something can be solved, I'm talking about the problem. You understand? So if somebody who died, I'm not going up to, well, you know what the problem is, so on, so on, so on, so. No, I'm talking to them because I'm talking to them about giving them some type of sympathy or whatever. But when I'm talking to people like you and everybody else on this panel, I'm talking about what is going to solve the problem.
What is the problem?
The problem is we have too many guns in this country. That's the problem.
Let's listen to each other, because right now your tone seems that we're arguing.
Well, that's because I'm passionate. And if you can't understand passionate, I'm sorry for you.
No,
you're not as passionate as I am, because we're talking about people who have been killed, children who have been killed because the Republicans have decided they're not going to take action about all of these damn guns that are in the country. And until they do that, and until we all get on board with it, we're going to still have all these unalivings. You've just seen all of these brothers on here. They have told you that different countries don't have this problem. They have told you where the problems are coming from in our country, and they're not being addressed. So this thing that we're going to just, be all kumbaya, it's not going to happen. We need to be aggressive about getting these individuals who are not doing what they're supposed to do in government out of government. And it's basically Republicans.
All right, let's let Black Ice respond to that. I want to hear Black Ice's response.
Yeah,
and then I want to go to Nichelle or Jermaine. Sorry, Black Ice and Jermaine. Go ahead.
Yeah, I find it interesting that when we talk about, because I heard that and I just let it pass, because when we talk about England, do you know? Maybe some people don't know, but most of the people that are in the police department don't carry pew-pews. And so when you start looking at that and look at the dynamic of and then say we're going to compare it to America, I know you lying. And they oftentimes, if you spend enough time there, they often mock the difference of why they don't. We as an American society really don't care about the people that are affecting. We will look at, just like we're talking about now. I don't think you answered it, but I don't think you're going to get an honest answer in regards to how that really, if a person who decides to pew-pew and unalive 8 people, that is the problem. We really have to understand what caused that person to do that. And that's what I'm saying. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, let's do this. Thank you guys in the chat, by the way. Appreciate you. Let me go to, I think Jermaine, I think I promised you time. But I think we've kind of covered it. I want to check back in with Nichelle after I get to Jermaine, see if there aren't any updates. If we haven't heard more, I'm probably gonna say goodbye for now. But
Sweetie,
if there are new updates, I definitely want to let those. All right, Miss K, if you got some new updates too. But let me
yeah, I
let
wanted
Jermaine.
to add some more on
Oh,
our gun, on our pew pew laws whenever the after the other person speaks.
oh, okay, I got you. All right, Jermaine, then Miss K, and then we'll go to Nichelle.
Yeah, I think 2 points before I drop out, Smitty. I
Mm-hmm.
think Miss K, I'm glad she spoke because I think we don't talk about how much repressive and oppressive the South is from its government policies and its laws. Especially Louisiana. Louisiana legit still has a whole entire slave plantation. Angola was built on top of a former slave plantation. They still have plantation reserves in Louisiana. They have a pollution alleys in black communities in Louisiana. Like Louisiana has a dark history still to this day of systematic violence on black communities. And that comes to the South. Like I think, and I'm gonna say this point, and this is about Black Ice, because I feel like he's being a little tone policing and kind of gaslight in a way, because ideology matters. The politics and ideology matters. It's to debunk it, to dismiss that on what a lot of these unaliving and mass pew pews happen. If you look at them, a lot of them have manifestos. A lot of them have a lot of right wing fascist ideology that was bursted off of America. Like we cannot ignore that. Like I get it, we don't say that to the families, but this is the reality. Always been. If you look at some of a lot of them says violence against. A lot of them have in their manifesto violence against women, misogynist, sexist comments against women, against black and brown people. That's the reality. Yes, we're not gonna say that to grieving families, but we're gonna talk about it in this space here. This is the ideology. This is a right wing, white supremacist ideology of mass of unalivings. That is their idea. That is the ideology here. And if we can't acknowledge that, then we will never have true systematic change. The government will never acknowledge the white supremacist ideology of unalivings. Because they will have to rectify and deal with the situation of this is what this country was born off of. Like we cannot sit here and be delusional about that for real. Because who are affected, as we're seeing now? Kids, women, and black and brown people. So we have to be for real here. Like this is a problem. It is his right wing fascist ideology because it was born off of that, and it's settling off of it. So they have to rectify with that, the violence against indigenous people and black people, but they will never come to terms with that. Until they do, this is gonna keep happening. Smitty, appreciate you, man.
Yeah,
thank you for having me up, man. Take care of yourself, brother.
Yeah, you too,
Michelle,
bro.
love you. Love you all. Y'all have a good one.
All right, bro. All right, let me go to Miss K. We'll go to Nichelle, Brian, and then Nikki. Nikki, probably you'll be the last one. But Miss K, I know you want to share something.
Yeah, and I thank Jermaine for saying what he said about Louisiana, because a lot of people don't know that. They don't know about Angola and the chain gang, and that they still like the inmates. Still, they have to go and work in the fields, and literally, it's mandatory. They don't know things like that, and really how oppressive it really is. My family has been blessed, but a lot of people are really, really still oppressed in Louisiana. And those who don't know, when it comes down to Project 2025 and Kevin Roberts, he's from Louisiana. From right here, the man who's behind Project 2025, he majored in African American studies. So,
oh right, I remember that. Yeah.
So he's right here from Louisiana. So
I didn't know.
it's like,
Wow.
unbelievable. But when it comes down to our pew pew laws, I didn't even realize in 2024 they did pass the permitless carry, so you don't have to have a permit to carry. No training required, no background check, anything like that. 18 and up. So let me see, what else did it say? The other thing with us is that in 2026, they're trying to pass the legislation where you can have pew pews on college campuses. Pew pews at the state capitol, different things like that. So when it comes to we don't have many restrictions at all. We we are
Crazy.
one of the least restrictive states there are. One of the least restrictive. And again, I said no registry, anything like
That's
that.
wild.
Just, yeah, we're one of the least restrictive. No registration, no magazine
That's
limit
so
on
wild.
the
That's so
assault
wild.
weapons, none of that. And then we're staying your ground. So
Thank you, Rachel.
yep, that's
Yep. No,
Louisiana.
I hear you. Rachel, thank you, fam. I appreciate you. I cannot even. Anyway, I'm not even going there, y'all. I can't even go there. All right. Nichelle, go ahead. You got an update.
I've got quite a few
Nichelle, Brian,
updates.
Nikki, and then that'll probably be it.
Yeah, I've got quite a few updates. This is interesting. So just to
Okay.
recap really quick, everybody that's in here, a perpetrator in Louisiana unalived 8 children in a domestic violence pew-pewing at 2 different homes.
Great.
This is coming from AP.
Thank you, Winnie and
Okay.
Johnny.
So the victims are in range of 1 to 14. And the reason why I'm recapping all of this is because, again, even AP has a little disclaimer saying that when there's an active unaliving like this, the details can be fluid. Um, the the perpetrator later unalived after a chase with officers who fired at the suspect. The suspect stole a car while leaving the scene of the pew-pewing and was followed by police. His name has not been released, but he is an adult male. Um, the location, this is interesting, it's south of downtown Shreveport. There were 2 homes and a 3rd location. So whoever was, when we were talking about it's 4 locations, AP is reporting that it's 2 homes and a 3rd location. Now here's the update. 3 minutes ago, AP is saying that the headline is neighbor says security camera captured video of the suspect running away. This person's name is Liza Deming. She lives 2 doors down from one of the pew-pewing scenes and said her security camera captured video of the perpetrator running away toward a tire shop. She said she could hear 2 shots on the audio. And then 7 minutes ago, it says a pastor who owns the home where the pew-pewings occurred said he didn't have any dealings with the family. Pastor Marty T. Johnson Sr.
What?
of St. Gabriel Community Baptist Church owns the home where the pew-pewings occurred. He's probably a landlord, Smitty.
Okay.
But says
Okay.
he doesn't know the family who rented the home from him and never had any dealings with them. Johnson says a
Okay.
person who works for him
Got it.
had rented the home to the family. He said all he knows is from what he's heard from news reports and from neighbors, but that he's ready to do whatever he can. And he's going to be hosting a prayer vigil for the family and anything I can do. The last update, this updated half an hour ago, Louisiana U.S. representatives, quote, there are no words. That's the reaction from U.S. Rep. Cleo Fields, a Democrat whose district includes part of Shreveport. In a statement, Fields said that he's praying for 2 women. So we know the other 2 women were injured in the shooting. They were not children, they were women. Fields also expressed support for the several law enforcement agencies that are conducting what he calls, quote, an extensive and deeply painful investigation, quote, a crime scene spanning 4 locations, 8 children gone, ranging in age from 1 to 14 years old. There are no words, end quote, Fields says. So, and then Gabby, other officials have weighed in on this. Gabby Giffords has said something about it. Tom Arsenault, who's the mayor of the city, he said that it was a terrible morning. But yeah, those are the updates. So cameras are coming in. They're eyewitnesses, and it's definitely a developing story. So I hope everybody keeps in contact with what's going on with that.
I'm tempted to hold a live tomorrow morning with the title "Are Women and Children Safe in America?" What do y'all think? Let me know in the comments. Let me go to Brian, and then we'll go to Nikki. Nikki, get the final comment.
You just trying to open up Pandora's box, huh? Ain't that the truth? I mean, it's a good topic.
So I do get frustrated. I mean, for Black, I understand where you're coming from, and I mean this respectfully. I feel like people who want to like say this isn't a partisan issue or Republican Democrat, I feel like they have short-term memory when it comes to these mass pew-pewings. Like, I we can probably count 10 in the past 5 years alone that have happened that have already been historic as far as mass pupillings. And that example of England that doesn't disprove anything. Again, we're the only country in the developed world that has.
Real quick, Brian, we can barely hear you.
Is this better?
Okay, hold on. Yeah, he keeps going in and out. His audio.
Is this better? Is this better? Is this better?
Yeah, it's better. Shut.
Okay,
Listen.
sorry.
Well,
I had a
you
new.
get it. In the chat. The chat ain't got time for bad audio. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I changed my Bluetooth, but anyway, I'm just so like I said, just to overall, I feel like Americans overall have a short-term memory when it comes to these mass pupillings because we've had so many people have just gone numb to it. It's like, oh, just another day in America, right? But the fact that this keeps happening, it's why I'm more frustrated and why the vast majority of the fund of donations from NRA go to Republicans. I'm sorry, like I can criticize the Democrats on plenty of other things. Trust me, I can do that. But when it comes to this particular issue, it's not up for debate. This is the reason why we are still in this. Is if anything, it's mostly on the Republicans. There's no way around that.
Okay. Thank you, Brian. We'll go to Nikki. Nikki, you get final comment. We are done after you.
So I just wanted to say I was listening to somebody, I don't know who it was, but talking about how we need to really talk about the reason why somebody is committing these crimes as opposed to really talking about passing legislation.
Yep.
And, you know, I really think that if we talk about that more than passing legislation, sure, we need mental health services for anybody, but there are so many crimes that are committed because of mental health. But we as a society, it's our responsibility to pass legislation to protect the people in our community. Mental health has existed for eons right now. We have serial killers, we have drunk drivers, we have domestic health issues going on since the beginning of time, and they're going to continue. People have mental health issues, but when we stop passing legislation to protect society as a whole, then we have failed. We have to pass legislation to protect people, and we can continue to help with mental health services. That is something that we have, but we don't sit there and say, no, we're not going to pass drunk driving laws because we need to sit down and think about why somebody would want to drunk drive. We can't sit there and say, no, we're not going to outlaw Rohypnol because we need to sit there and have a conversation as why somebody would want to rape someone. That's illogical. We need to pass legislation to sit there and say, this is something that people are going to do. We're going to pass laws to stop it from happening. And then we can have a conversation as to why people may or may not do something like that. That is a responsible society.
All right. Thank you, Nikki. I appreciate you. Good to see you, by the way. I know it's been a minute. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. All right, you guys. I will be traveling, but I will definitely be going live tomorrow. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. This is a topic it's so tough, right? And so just remember what Miss K said about these children. Please keep them in your hearts if you're religious, in your prayers. But at the same time, we got to be loud and vocal about this in America. We have to be loud and vocal because whatever I can do on this platform, and I know the panelists feel the same way, to keep this issue in front of our politicians and in front of any people that can make changes so that this does not continue to happen, that we don't wake up to a day where 8 children have been unalived, 8 ranging from 1 year old to 14 babies. We got to do it. Okay. So Rachel, thank you so much, fam. I appreciate that. Oh, that's really cool. So our children have rights as well. Something has to give. So I'm going to drop the panelists. I'm going to read some of these comments right before I go. Thank you, panelists, for coming up. I appreciate all of y'all. Thank you. Wait, what? I appreciate it. But yes. Every child is mine. John, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you, John. Very cool. Auntie, thank you. I appreciate that. But if y'all got some final comments in the chat, I'll read a couple of them, and then I will let everybody go. Bugs, absolutely, it's my pleasure. Even though I cannot stand these discussions, especially because it's so painful. Rachel, I appreciate you. Much love. Thank you for all of your support. And with that being said, absolutely, bread and butter. Miss Sasha, love you, fam. Absolutely, I love that sentiment. We'll talk to y'all soon. No, you're good, bro. No, listen, you get into the crux of what I have heard so much in the last I don't know about y'all, in the last couple of months. People that I know that are having economic difficulties. As I mentioned, 40% of the unhoused population here in Los Angeles has a job. That's always the trope, right? Oh, if you just work or blah, 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 blah. No, 40% of the unhoused in the city have a job. They are working. They are doing their best, right? Even the 60% that don't. Typically, there are other factors at play, health factors, mental health factors, right? And so this trope gets thrown around that, oh, they're lazy, but no, it's not that. No, it's typically the people criticizing that have the biggest problems. And so there's so much of a lack of understanding, and that's hurtful in and of itself, when people spread all this propaganda around the unhoused population. It is very, very harmful. It is very, very harmful. And what I find so beautifully heartbreaking is those are the same people that will give you, if they got $5 on them, they'll give you their last $5. They got $10, they'll give you their last $10. Meanwhile, people with so much more money won't give anything. It's crazy to me. I've seen it so many times. It's crazy. Carolina, what are your thoughts?
Yeah. This is such a heavy time right now, and like I think like it's important to talk about those issues. And John, like, sending you all the love in the world. Like I was saying when I first came in, for any of my mutuals who came in afterwards, like I I'm a pretty upbeat person. I'm a pretty tough person. I take everything like on the chin most of the time, but like right now I'm dealing with like I was stating earlier, the anti-Black people from the Native community who are mad at me for not tolerating anti-Blackness and have been harassing me every day for over a month. They posted up a picture of the outside of my house last night and had it as their live backdrop. And so, I'm someone, like I was saying earlier, I'm someone who like has been trying to ignore all of this, trying to stay above it, like not give people who are insignificant attention. And now I have to like, come out of my pocket and like deal with this in a legal manner, get an attorney, like take them to court, like nothing I would want to do to marginalize people, even if I despise them, because I just don't like that. And I think about dealing with that and what we do on a regular basis, those of us who care about humanity, those of us who care about helping others, raising awareness about these issues. Like, how are people so invested in hating others for refusing, because they refuse to take accountability for their own shortcomings or their own toxic behavior, when we have all of these things happening, plaguing our communities, inflation as high as it is, like still not able to receive affordable healthcare. Meanwhile, we're funding other countries' healthcare. Like what's going on domestically, what's going on geopolitically, all of these things. And yet people will hyper fixate their anger and their vitriol on those of us who actually want to make a difference about things. And that is what's so frustrating. And like, I know we talked about it before, Smitty, like that, that is one of the things that comes with the territory, growing your platform, being more vocal, that you become, like this, I don't know, like sometimes it's a good thing. And sometimes it draws like all the attention from the people who are miserable, can't look inside themselves to fix what's wrong with themselves, and do all these types of things. And it's just like at a moment like this, when collectivism is more important than anything, at a moment like this, when there we the system is screwing everyone more than it has in a century. Like I don't know. I don't know how people choose how they direct their energy. And I'm really glad that like Jermaine and Black Historian brought up that story in Atlanta, like, and highlighting these individual instances. And Rima talked about the Latino, the 19-year-old who was found strange fruited in DC. Like, and that's why I think I get frustrated when, like, Brian came up, and I know he tries to say things in a, passive tone, not be combative, but that's why I get frustrated when people always want to liken back to a time far gone, and these atrocities that happened 100 and 200 and 300 years ago, without addressing the atrocities that are still happening, and then want to be confused as to why we are angry, why we are upset, why we are calling for change, why we respond the way that we do. I would feel like if you're not responding the way that we do, that there's something wrong with your humanity. It's broken.
Yeah, there's a lot I could talk about with what you said, Carolina. Let me Black Historian, did you want to say something? And then I'm gonna pop down to Rima. I saw you come off of mute. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to say, John, I'm sorry about everything that you're going through. And Catalina, Carolina, I want to always say Catalina, but Carolina, I'm sorry that you're going through that. And I want to say, everybody, check your insurance policies, your renter's insurance, your homeowner's insurance. You may have some protection against that, because you can also get cyber insurance where it protects you against people who dox you, who put your information out there, where you have to spend money on moving expenses, mental health. And what you can do is just make a mental health appointment and then sue them for that appointment that you paid money for, and for mental anguish.
Thank you for that.
I'm on it. I appreciate that.
Wow. I did not know that. Thank you for that. I think just as a heads up, right, just make sure you're checking those policies too, to make sure you're covering, if you can, right, financially, what you need to cover, especially your auto insurance nowadays. There are the state minimums that you have to have, but those state minimums are very, very low compared to the risk that's out there, right? So just be careful overall. Make sure you're checking all of those things, because life insurance too. Yes, Jermaine, absolutely. So there's a lot. I don't necessarily want to go into that piece of it, but it's always so important to make sure we're very vigilant. And this is what the part that, just to be honest with y'all, as a platform, that I want to do more of these tips. Black Historian, that was incredible, right? Like, what do we need to be looking out for? What can we utilize to help us out? Because just my experience as a young Black man growing up in LA, I never heard any of this stuff. I never heard any of these things.
And I wouldn't have either if I don't work in the insurance industry as an adjuster. They have what they call cyber insurance, where and it's only maybe like $5 a month or $2 a month, depending on what coverages you want. And it's better than getting a lawyer, because they do the footwork for you, and then you can take that and decide if you want to sue or whatever, and they'll get the money from that person. But it's cyber insurance, and what it does, it protects you against cyberbullying, doxing, and if your information is out there and you have to move, any medical bills associated with it. And I would just look for it. Maybe you can even just call your agent and see if you have it in the policy. And if they say no, you can ask them if you can add it. And like I said, it's only like no more than $10 a month. And that would get you up to $100,000 or $200,000 worth of coverage.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic information. Yeah, that's fantastic information. And then just overall too, just check in with your health. Health is so precious, and when you're doing well, you're healthy. Your health is probably maybe in the back of your mind, but it won't be in the back of your mind when you're not healthy. It'll be the top of your mind. Ain't no amount of money, no amount of what you got is going to fix that health. And so always center your health. Rima, go ahead, fam. What are your thoughts?
I think Jermaine wanted to speak, and I'm happy to go right after him. Go ahead, brother Jermaine. Go ahead.
I appreciate it, Rafa. Smitty, I was thinking, like, I often sometimes ask myself when these things happen, Smitty, like, where do we go from here? I ask that question a lot, especially I've been asking that lately. It's a great book by Dr. King. He wrote a book, like, where do we go from here? Chaos or Community. And I think it's a great book that everybody kind of should read, because he kind of like, after like the passing of the Voting Rights Act, he went to, I think was it Jamaica, and he just kind of cut himself off from the world. Chaos of Community. But yeah, he cut himself off from the world and was kind of like, just like kind of going over things, like having this kind of reality check. Like, there's got to be more than this. Like, there is more than this. Like, there's more that we can do as people, as a community, right? Like, as the conditions again were more money, billions of dollars of war, billions of dollars sanctions and blockades, instead of, billions of dollars to working and poor people. But I'm just like, bro, where do we even go from this standpoint? Like, are we moments away from chaos? Are we moments away from community? Like, I be asking myself that, and I be trying to find the answers, and I be trying to find the answers on a lot of things. And usually I always try to trace it back to just, connecting the dots of like, global imperialism, whether here is domestic level. But I just want to know, I'm just not asking you, but I be just generally asking, because I always preach about community, but I just be like, bruh, like, okay, but where do we go from here? Because I feel like that's like the $1 million question. Like, there's many different avenues and ways we can take. Like, where do we even begin? Like, yes, there's a lot of communities, a lot of organizations out here that support like, marginalized, people, whether it's Black and brown people, women. But I'm like, there's more, but it's just like, where do we go? And that's always a frustrating part too. Because I be want to find the answer so bad, Smitty. I want to find the answer so bad. And the fact that I can't, or I struggle with, I just be like, well, do I just live with this? But I don't want to live with this. Like, I don't want to be accepting of this reality. Yes, we have to go to work. Yes, we have to pay bills. But this, we can't be accepting of this. So I'll just kind of just stop there. Just like we cannot collectively just settle for this. Not in general, on a general basis.
Totally. Yeah, absolutely. No, I think that and then Rima, I'll come to you. I think that one thing we have to keep in mind, and I'm gonna say this as men, right? When we're dealing with our own problem, it's one thing, but what I find sometimes is when we're trying to help our sisters, right? Or even someone you're in a relationship with or whatever, is that sometimes we go into problem solving mode and we don't listen, right, to the problems. And sometimes our female companions just want us to listen to the problem, right, and not go into problem solving mode. And I think that can be problematic. And so I think that's just something we need to think about as well, right, when we're dealing with this. And I'm not really specifically pointing you out, Jermaine, for that. I'm just saying in general, I think as men, we can do a better job of just listening, because we do. I do it too. And I'm not, right? We can just go into like, okay, well, what like sometimes people just want to be listened to, because a lot of times they know how to solve the problem, but people want to feel like the problem that they're going through is difficult. And so when you just go into problem solving mode, you dismiss the issue, right? That oftentimes women are going through. So I just wanted to mention that. Rima, go ahead, fam. What are your thoughts?
Just so my dear sister from Gaza, Roseanne, she just popped in and said, hey to everybody. And as soon as she came in, King Money was telling her to not say that, to not speak that way. She was giving a greeting, saying salam to everyone. And I just wanted to point that out. I just wanted to point out how Zionist paychecks will make you act towards a woman who is currently going through a G-side, right? Who has no basic needs and maybe just comes online because people from Palestine, people from Sudan, people from the entirety of the global south, they're not only here because they're seeking some type of monetary gain. A lot of them are here because they're hurting. They're hurting because they're being unalived and they're watching their families be unalived. The bombardment in Gaza has not stopped. I'm going to tell you one thing that the I state likes to do is every time something happens in the region, so if they get into it with Lebanon, or if they get into it in Iran, what they'll do is they'll go and they'll start attacking Gaza because they know that Gaza doesn't have the force to fight back militarily. I just wanted to point that out. So hundreds of people have been unalived over the course of, I don't know how long this has been, a month? We're actually closer to 1,000, right? And just want to let you guys know that those in the global south do need emotional support. They need love. They need kindness. They don't only need our activism. They don't only need people to come up and speak about it in a political way or in a geopolitical way. They also need people to understand them, to laugh with them, to talk to them. Please keep that in mind when we're talking about this, that they're not just numbers and they're not just people online who want a little bit of money to go get bread. The infrastructure in Gaza has been completely destroyed. There are no schools, but yet my people still continue to find a way to survive. There is no water, there is no electricity, there's no food, there's no medication. I want you guys to imagine 3 years of living in a tent with imagine being pew-pewed or bombarded or being an amputee or having a sick child and having to go to a tent and stay in a tent with no running water, no bathroom, and take care of a wounded child or person. And people still have the audacity, like King Money and LA's old ass, to come on here and dehumanize these people. The same thing is happening in Sudan. The same thing is happening in Congo. And the same thing is now currently happening in Cuba, where there's an entire blackout and so much blockade that these people in Cuba are losing their children in the incubators because they do not have electricity. So why is it that our activism, solidarity, and love only applies to one group of people when we feel that that group of people is deserving, and it always falls onto white people? I had to let that out. The only time anyone ever renders any type of empathy or compassion is when it's white people. Thank you. I'm just going to stop there, brother.
No, you good. You good. It was the point that Ali made that I'm telling you. He made yesterday, right? Around who was the entity that BOMB, that school of girls, and unalived all those girls, and have that happen in America. Can you imagine if it had been 180, girls in Beverly Hills who got unalived by a BOMB from Iran? What craziness would have happened in this country and in the world because of that? Can y'all just think about that for a second? 180 little girls in Brentwood have been unalived. 180 little girls in Coral Gables, Miami, would have been unalived. 180 little girls in the Upper West Side of Manhattan have been unalived. Can you imagine? Like, just think about that. John, you wanna say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, I sort of wanted to piggyback off of that. Rob is 100% correct because we did the same thing here with ICE. Keith Porter went down the day before New Year's.
Yep.
And the news said nothing about it. I didn't even learn. I personally didn't learn about it until Renee Good went. That's a problem to me.
Yep.
The news wasn't screaming anything about that. And just so everybody is fully aware of the schoolgirls, and I don't know, some people may know this, everyone may not. That tomahawk has a very specific feature built into the tail of it that when it hit the ground, it did not alive everybody in a 200-yard radius. It alived everybody in the immediate vicinity. People survived. However, there's a feature on that tomahawk where you can push a button that will cause the tail to incinerate the entire area. And so while people were running and scrambling, trying to save what people were left, they hit that and incinerated a 200-yard radius. So anybody who did survive was immediately incinerated.
Wow.
That's disgusting to me.
Wow.
There's been no congressional hearing. There's been, I mean, they brought up articles of impeachment against Hegseth. He's the one behind it. And he's dancing on TV like a damn circus monkey, reading Pulp Fiction quotes and misquoting them badly. Samuel L. Jackson should show up at his door and bitch slap him. He ruined it.
It's wild. It's wild. Covey said they're testing weapons. That's why. I mean, like, this is it. There's just no, and this is part of the reason I wanted to do this live today. You know, to make sure
think
that
about that,
we're all
Smitty.
checking in. Yeah, go ahead.
Think about what Covey just said. They're testing weapons in time of war. They're testing them. That's disgusting. That's absolutely disgusting. They're testing AI features. That's why this happened. It was old AI technology that led the missile to a military base that's now a school and it hasn't been a military base in 20 years.
Yep, exactly. We brought up Rosanna. If you want to help her in Gaza, feel free to do that. Let me just say this real quick. Again, you know, just kind of reset where we are with the live. This is a check-in live. This is a live to talk about what's going on. If you feel comfortable, if you want to do that, if you want to come up and you're like, hey, Smitty, I got something I really want to decompress from. We're giving folks 8 minutes to do that. I love that. Learned that from Danny yesterday on the live that I had. And if you just want to come up and say what's on your mind, you know, feel free. That's the point of this discussion today. So no political debates this morning. We're just checking in on everybody, making sure everybody is, whether or not you're okay or not. If you're feeling okay, again, maybe you have some motivation. If you're not feeling okay, how can we help? How can the community help? I'll tell you this, and I'm not obviously going to mention any names. There have been people already that have reached out to me privately that do have some resources that want to help. I'm blown away, honestly. I'm blown away by the generosity of people in the community. Blown away. Thank you for all of those who've already reached out and offer that and offer what you can. I don't even look at the amount. It doesn't matter to me. That's one thing. Second, there is a member of the community that is very dear to me. I don't know if she's going to make it or not. Very, very dear to me. That is going through a very, very difficult time. And so, I'll probably talk more about that as we go on with the discussion. It is. Covey, did you mean a request, fam? I saw you in the request.
Can somebody mute King Money? She's asking. He's literally making like genocidal comments about Arabs.
Okay.
I don't know if you have mods in here right now.
I'm sure we got at least one, but I'll find it if not. So, hey Tasha, how you doing, fam? Good to see you. So that's what we're talking about. We're checking in with everybody. and just seeing if everybody is okay. Because sometimes our natural response is to say, "Oh yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm good," and this is one of those that in this space we ask repeatedly to make sure. Because as you see, right, I think Carolina, you were the first one. I think Jermaine did it too. I'm good. And then after I'm good, right? There was kind of, again, we all do it. We all want to be fine. And so we say we're fine. But in reality, beneath the surface, there's things going on that, that we may need help with. So let me go to MYV. Mentally, I'm not. MYV, if you want to come up, talk about what's going on. Again, we're giving 8 minutes of space to people that want to just decompress about something specifically. If not, if you're drawing strength just from the fact that, hey, there's a platform of people that care, that are real, that's fine too, right? However you want to utilize this platform and this discussion today, completely up to you. Let me go to Covey. Covey fam, your thoughts. I wanted to get you up. I know that there's a lot going on with everybody, but certainly if you want to share how you're feeling today.
Hi, Smitty, by the way. I hope you've been doing good.
Yes.
I want to say I'm fine too. Because I can't complain. I know that there are people who are much worse off than I am. I think for me, what bothers me the most is feeling helpless. I think the other day I was called by a friend of mine who works in Minnesota because she had an older Eritrean woman who probably had dementia, I think, and she wanted me to translate for her because she was homeless and was not doing good. And I remember in that time I tried to translate for her, but I couldn't even get through to her because she was kind of not making any sense at all. And the whole time I just thought to myself, feeling helpless is so not degrading. I think Jermaine said it best. It's defeating. It makes you feel very, very defeated to know that there is so much going on and you just feel helpless, right? Like the amount of times that I've had, let's say some people like Eritrean families reach out to me because they want me to fundraise for a family member who's held ransom in Libya and whatever it is. And the problem is as well is not only to feel helpless, but sometimes I notice that people also don't care. And there's something very degrading and dehumanizing in trying to tell people about what your people are going through, and you just notice them fade away because they don't care. You just notice, and you just try to catch, you just try to get their interest, right? You tell them this affects you in some way, this affects this person in some way, and you try to make it interesting for them. But then at the end you're trying to you register, wow, you're trying to make your humanity and the humanity of your people interesting to them, because for some reason when it comes to your people suffering and dying, people just forget how to cry. And people forget, and it's it's in a way it's also a choice that people are making. You know what I mean? It's people are conditioned to be desensitized, but then they're also continuously making that choice to stay desensitized. And what do you do that? And then now you have to, it's and I talk to people within my community, and a lot of them have just completely given up. They're just oh, this is just how it is. I've had conversations about this with my mother because I'm not gonna lie, the situation like back home, the situation that's happening to Eritreans, it keeps me up at night, right? And I tried to talk to my mother about it. My mother was just like, oh, like as long as I'm alive, it's always going to be complete chaos. So you just have to stop caring. Just focus on your career, focus on your studies, focus on getting married, because she tries to get me married, Smitty. You know how those parents, African parents are, okay?
Definitely
But
know that.
it's like everybody keeps telling me, don't care, it's okay. But how can I not care? I don't know. How can I not care? Like, how can I not care? I don't know. And that helplessness is so frustrating. And knowing that people don't care is also so frustrating. And that anxiety of not even knowing if your country will exist in 10 years. That makes it's like at the back of your head, like this thing could stop. It's moving towards that stop existing in like 10 years. You don't know, so it's hard. I'm not gonna lie. So it's very tough.
Now let's unpack that, as a chat and maybe on the panel too, because I think that a lack of empathy is pervasive in our society. Pervasive. If we see something or people see something that's going on, in public with somebody, and it's 20 people, right, that see somebody struggling or somebody having a hard time in public. 19 out of 20 people will take their phones out to film it. Maybe one person will go up and try to help, right? And that's a society that it's sad that we live in, right? People would rather try to catch your worst moment to try to somehow leverage it than to get in and help. And it's really, really, really sad. And I think that is a very direct result of the systems that we live under,
Smitty, may I just say something about what Kobe just said? Just to prove that people really don't care. Okay. I frequent Kobe's lives. I watch them. When Kobe was holding lives about the files, thousands of people were there listening. Why? Because those who were affected, again, they were children, and it's disgusting and horrible. It shouldn't happen to any child at all. But the point is those who were affected in the public's eyes are people who were deserving of empathy and compassion. When Kobe talks about Sudan, only a couple of hundred. When Kobe talks about Tigray, only a couple of hundred. When she talked about Gaza, only a couple of hundred. And that just proves that there is an overall apathy, not only towards Africans, not only towards people who have been dehumanized, but also towards Black people in general. I have not heard one person say a word on this app, maybe a few and a handful, who have said a word about the horrors of what is happening in Sudan and what is happening in Tigray. Why? Because people do not feel that they are deserving of empathy. And that is what we have to unpack. Thank you. Thank you for letting me put that in there. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. No, you're good. Let me go to Jermaine. Jermaine, I know you want to come in. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm glad Covey brought that up because that's been on my mind a lot. And I think, Smitty, like we're rooted, even in the world, but mainly here in America, we're rooted in individualism, self-gratification. I'm gonna get mines. I don't know about y'all, but I'm gonna get mines. I'm gonna do me. I ain't worried about nobody else. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of like what this system what it's designed to do. But at the same time, we can unlearn it. We can decompress. We can decolonize. But the individualism, hyper individualism,
hyper isolation. And I think, man, like, why do I have to explain humanity? Like, I understand we have to connect the dots of what happens in the world, connects here too. But it's like, why do I have to explain humanity? Smitty, why, how do I have to explain life? Why do I have to explain that? Why do I have to connect that dot? Why? And so it's like, we shouldn't have to do that. And that's one of the most frustrating parts. Like, it really pisses me. Like, Smitty, individualism really pisses me off, Smitty. Like, it's so easy to dive into it, Smitty. Like, it's so easy to confine in it, though, easily. Like, we isolate sometimes when we're mad, or we want to cut ourselves off from the world. We don't care. But the hyper individualism, and it's like, you can go and ask someone, you can see someone struggling with something and you try to offer help. And sometimes that reaction may be standoffish from someone. Like, I don't trust that. Oh, well, why you want to help? Or what's your prerogative? Like, what's your agenda behind this? I'm like, nah, bro, I just want to help. Like, I truly just want to help. But like, the individualism, because like my parents, I grew up in like a Christian family, traditional Christian family, and it's like, oh, you talk about these things and say, God is in control. I just be like, you know what? Okay, all right. That's not what I want to hear right now. You know what I'm saying? That is no disrespect, but that's not what I want to hear. But it's just like, I get it, but like, we have free will. We have the will to help people. We have the will to come together, build community. And the individualism, it just further just drives us away. Like you said, like, you see someone struggling and people record to try to get a moment, a viral moment. Yeah. Like, I seen I seen a video of someone car broke down in the middle of the highway, someone just recording. Why are you recording? Like, I pull over, get out, collect some people. But then I see videos of, like, I seen a man, passed out in a truck and people hopped on the truck, smashed the back of the window. So I think we have these moments, but I think we need more moments of like that. But it's like, Smitty, you made a great point too before I land. You said we often just, people ask us how we're doing. We often tend to say, I'm good.
Right.
And that's like to me, it's like a defense mechanism.
Right.
That was my. There was like, it's a defense, like, it's a coping skill to
exactly.
You say, oh, we're good, but then we just started going in. We started going off, start explaining how we feel. Like, so we use that, but then when people really ask us, like, how do we really feel? And I think sometimes it has to start there. Like, how do you truly feel?
Right.
How do you feel? Like, are you okay? Someone asked me that, and I immediately, I was just like, I'm good, but I'm like, no, you know what? I'm not. Like, I'm going through it. Like, for real. Like, I'm going through it. But I think for me, and as men, we tend to hold everything in, isolate, saying nobody really cares. And I think a lot for me, Smitty, nobody taught me how to feel, how to handle and process emotions. Like, so I had to learn that on my own. And sometimes it's like, it's still difficult to navigate. And my partner, she gets on me a lot about that. But it's like, I spent so much time unlearning that I'm trying to like do this on my own. But yes, it's like, we tend to say I'm good, but we ain't good.
Right.
And it's okay, everybody, we ain't good. And I feel like there's no shame. And I think we have to like stop, shame. The word shame is not true. Like, there is no shame in not feeling okay. There is no shame in feeling sad or depressed or upset at the world. Like, there is no shame for having human emotions.
Yep.
For real. But I'll land there. But I'm glad you brought that up, and I'm glad Covey brought that up. Because, Smitty, individualism, Smitty, it really just, oh my God, Smitty. It makes my blood really boil, man. So bad.
I agree with you. I agree with you, man. And I love what Happy Sailor said in the comments. It's like, when you tell somebody how you really feel, they really don't care. A lot of times people are just asking, how are you? Because it's just a polite mechanism, right? Of a opener of a discussion. And when you say, I'm not doing well, it's like, oh, why the hell did you ask? Which is why I like this format. of the 8 minutes because it sets the tone of no, we will spend at minimum 8 minutes on what you said. You know what I'm saying? And so, and then this is why I said what I said earlier around problem solving. If someone tells you how they feel and you go straight into problem solving, you don't care about how they feel. You care about your validation, your dopamine hit from trying to solve the problem, which you probably can't solve the problem like they can anyway. And so that's why I'm really sensitive when people say how they feel, to just take it in and validate that emotion, as opposed to, okay, well, why don't you do this and you should be doing it? But well, wait a minute, hold on, right? And so I think that piece of it is also important. It's like the empathy of, damn, that sucks. It's amazing how far that goes to just say that. Wow, that sucks. That's terrible. You know, just to hold that in for people to feel like you really do care. Because again, if you go straight into problem solving mode, yeah, you don't care. you just, right? You just throwing up something. You haven't even heard the whole problem. How you gonna solve it? How you gonna solve it? You haven't even heard the whole problem. So anyway, I could talk about this
Do you
forever.
think listening comprehension is like a lost art, Smitty? This
Oh,
is a
definitely.
question I wanted to ask. Like, I feel like it is at this point.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because people have a hard time acknowledging before they go into responding. And so part of listening is, one, being secure enough to just listen, but two, also not being able to acknowledge the problem. People go straight into response mode, right? And the way I try to break it down is, when you see a salesperson do it, you hate it, right? When you go and you're trying to buy something and you're like, yeah, I don't know if I want to do this, and the salesperson goes, well, if you do this, I can give you this. Like you haven't even heard my problem, right? And so if you think about how bad that feels when salespeople do it, think about how when you do it, right, when somebody gives you a problem, it's the same feeling. And so it's what I try to tell people about active listening and how to actively listen, right? Because some people do care. It's just that they're broken, right? They don't know how to actively listen. So it is a lost art, man. Let me go to Nichelle. Nichelle, your thoughts. I was holding space for you. I'm glad you were able to make it, and want to talk about a specific situation. Again, real quick, as we talk about what we're doing today, we're checking in with everybody. Maybe you just need to hear us talk about this, and this is all you need from this discussion. Maybe you have something specific you want to come up and discuss, that you just want to be in a community of people that do care, the people who are going to listen before responding. Or again, you just are drawing strength from the fact that it's other people that are having difficulties right now. So whatever you need, that I hope you get it from this discussion today. Nichelle, your thoughts.
Hey, Smitty.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, I guess for me, just another sleepless night. It is what it is. Tiff, once again, is not doing well. Story of my life. So I'm really concerned about that. And this is a big week for her. So, you guys, if you pray, keep her in your prayers. I'm telling you, if she has another shunt infection, it's going to be the crash out of all crash outs. Because we were just in the hospital from October 26th to December 9th last year. And she malfunctioned in May of last year, and she malfunctioned in
Goodness.
December of the year before. It is not fun. All the moms out there who are caring for those special needs kids, I see you. All of the caregivers out there, I see you, because we are never, ever, ever acknowledged. Caregivers are never acknowledged, like ever. And especially if it's a
That's deep.
parent-child relationship, because people look at you and go, well, of course, Nichelle, you're supposed to burn your candles at both ends for your daughter, right? Yeah, that's your child. I still have feelings too. I still have emotions too. Like I said, this is now the second night this week that I didn't go to sleep, and I drifted off. That's why I was late getting here. So, but anyway, yeah. So
Hold on,
I
let's
understand.
just, but real quick, fam,
Oh,
let's just take that in again. I know, again, with your incredible loving heart, you want to get to, what John. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that, show that love. That's what we do here. I appreciate that. But let's just take that in. 2 sleepless nights in a week. You have a daughter who we all love in this community that we know that is not doing well. That is so difficult for the parents. I'm not even pretend like I even understand. Even though I have kids and have had kids that have been sick, I've never had a kid that has had the issues that Tiff has had. And so what you said is a lot. Let's just take that in. And we're all thinking about Tiff. We're all praying for her very speedy recovery, and we're all want to hold space and just listen to what you just said. Anybody else on the panel want to talk about what you heard in regards to Nichelle, and certainly, obviously, in the comments as well? Feel free to jump in.
Honestly, Smitty, it's fine. This goes back to what Covey was talking about. People, listen, the number one comment that I always get when I tell people Tiff has had 72 brain surgeries, they're like, oh my gosh, like, how do you do that? Oh, I just don't know how I could cope. Damn straight, right? Because I'm built for this, unfortunately. And they don't know what to say. Nobody knows what to say. Who do you know? Who do you know who has a kid who's had 72 brain surgeries? She's had 2 craniotomies. She's in 2 medical journals. And as of December, she's had 4 shunt infections. Hydrocephalus is a condition called water on the brain. She's a 26-week preemie twin baby A. She was 2 pounds, 11 ounces. I didn't even make it into my 3rd trimester with them. Spent almost 3 months in the NICU when she was born, and then developed a grade 2 brain hemorrhage. And at 3 months, she had a first shunt put in. A shunt takes the water off of the brain by a little tube. It's like a little bendy straw. And it deposits that into the stomach. People often ask, why has she had so many surgeries? Because if you picture a bendy straw in a glass of water, if you put a piece of gum in that straw, the water from the glass can no longer flow, and that is life-threatening. So because it's a mechanical device, it can malfunction just like any other device can. And that's what's happened over the years. People have no idea how to relate to that. Maybe if their kids have had a cold, maybe if their kids have had, I don't know, ear infections and needed plugs, that was the most traumatic thing that's ever happened to them. Nobody knows how to relate. And that's how it is if you're talking about Gaza. That's how it is if you're talking about Covey's people. People don't know how to relate, so they recoil back and they're like, oh my gosh, that's so sad. I just can't deal with it. The number of times that I've had to comfort other people, okay, because they feel so terrible about what's happening to Tiff, not realizing that I'm crashing out inside myself. The number of times that I've had to go out to the car and pound the steering wheel and scream to the top of my lungs because nobody gets it. I'm used to it. I'm very used to it. So I'm just saying right now, like, it gets to a breaking point because I'm telling you, a back-to-back shunt infection. She almost died in November 7th. There's nothing anybody can tell me. I laid over her legs. She could barely mouth the words to her favorite song, Alabaster Box. And I knew she was slipping away. She told me she felt like when she got on the other side, they rushed her into surgery. She told me that she felt like this is what it felt like to die after she was recovering. So, and I had a friend who died from bacterial meningitis in college. He went home Friday night and was unalived by Monday. And my daughter had bacterial meningitis. Talk about terrifying. Nobody can relate to that. They just can't. Same thing with kids with cancer. A lot of people don't like to see kids suffer, so they don't know what to say. And so they just kind of recoil. I don't think all the time it's necessarily because people are insensitive, Smitty. I've dealt with this for now almost 31 years. I'm telling you, people just do not know what to say to that. What do you say to a mom that's expressing that? So caregivers, we tend to build up a kind of a wall, if you will. We just build it up because people either say insensitive things because they don't know what to say, or you get crickets because people don't know what to say at all. So like I said, caregivers, I see you. Moms, I see you. Dads, I see you. Caring for special needs family members or kids is extraordinarily difficult. And I just hope we take some time to take care of ourselves. But yeah, that's what's going on with Tiff. Very busy week this week. We're going to do a shunt flow study on Thursday, and they're going to tap her shunt and send it off to the lab to see if there's an infection brewing. If there is an infection brewing, the entire shunt has to come out. They drain it on the outside of her body. I've got videos of that on my profile, because this last time she wanted me to document it for people. I think it was a way of her, if something happened to her, that it was a way of marking her space here on Earth. Because we've never done social media when she's in the hospital before about what it's like, because so many people have questions. But yeah, that's what it is.
Okay.
But yeah, I didn't come up here to talk about me though.
No, I got you. I got
Michelle,
you. But I just wanted to hold space. Carolina, I saw you had a question. Go ahead.
I do, Nichelle, because I I hear you. Like the fact that like people don't know what to say because they don't have a frame of reference for it. I haven't had to deal like with that. Had mental health issues for my oldest son, and that has been like really hard, not knowing how to navigate that because you want to be able to fix everything for them. So my question to you is like kind of for you and Tiff, like with all of this going on, not only how on edge you must be all the time about making sure that your your daughter lives to see another day, like all this type of stuff, the dangers of this type of condition and the surgeries that it puts her in. What do each of you do individually to find some sort of peace that kind of like, I don't know how to, not necessarily peace, but like when you like, because for you as a caretaker, you have to find something every now and then to make sure you're okay, because it's kind of like when you're like when you're on the airplane, and you got a small child with you, you got to make sure that you have the oxygen mask before you take care of the small kid. Like what do you do to make sure that like you're not breaking down? But then also, what does she do? What types of joy does she find to like not have to be focused on that all the time, even though you have to focus on your health? But you know what I mean? Like what type of self-care do you guys do individually or together?
Yeah, that's a great question. You're going to make me cry, Carolina. So
I'm
thank
so
you for that.
sorry, sis.
Thank you for
I'm
that,
over
sis.
here in tears.
We don't. It's and part of it is, and kind of Smitty was talking about that. I hate having to say, yeah, she's sick again. You can kind of see people detach. It's kind of like when people pass away, right? Everybody's there in the moment. They're calling on you. They're checking on you, right? They're bringing food to the house. They're helping you clean the house. They're helping set up the funeral. They're doing all that. The real work starts when everything is over and people start to fade away and grief really sets in, right? That's how it is with this. And for me to have to say again, because listen, the community rallied around me, right? Oh my gosh, Nichelle's daughter is sick. She's in the hospital. She's in the ICU, 29 days. Oh no. Let me help you set up a GoFundMe. Don't be embarrassed to say you need help, da 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 da. Right. And it was like pulling teeth for me. And then to have to mention, oh, hey, by the way, she's running temperatures again. And yeah, we're gonna find out Thursday. Like, it's like, wasn't she in the hospital just last May? Yep, she was. Wasn't she in the hospital just again in December? Well, yeah. It's kind of the way it is sometimes. So it's a constant state of survival mode, unfortunately, and keeping that close to the chest, because once again, somebody says something about mine, you're gonna see a real different side of me, right? If I feel like you're just being desensitized to it, but I don't. I'll admit it, Carolina. I don't do a lot of self-care. I don't. I absolutely don't. I should, but I don't. She comes first. She always comes first. And I think that's why I'm having trouble sleeping lately, because there's so much going on. We care about a lot of things. It's hard to prioritize. I care about the people across the world. I care about things that are happening domestically. I care about other people that are suffering. And sometimes I just check out, Carolina. I doom scroll on this app longer than I should. We call it the distraction method. Tiff was just in the ER Thursday. Her headache was so bad. We couldn't take it anymore. And that's kind of part of our standard protocol. We rushed her to the hospital. She had a CT. It took 3 times to get her IV started. That's part of her thing too. She's had so many PICC lines and central lines that it's hard to thread an IV now. So watching her suffer, where it may take a nurse 2 seconds to get our IVs in, her veins are scarred. And so it took 4 tries, 4 different nurses, and an ultrasound machine looking at her veins in her arm to get her IV started. And we tried to do a distraction method. I tried to, make her laugh. I try to talk about, I don't know, the latest viral TikTok or something like that. But can you imagine watching your child have to be stuck over and over again like a pin cushion because they can't even get a basic IV started on her? So we don't do anything, Carolina. I know I should. I know people mean well and they tell me to take care of myself. How do you do that? And I think there's a breakdown. I think my body starts to break down. I was telling Smitty this the other day. I was like, oh, by the way, my blood pressure is like really high. He's like, girl, how high? Like, what are you talking about here? Like, it just rolls off the top of my tongue. Like, wait, what, how high? Like, what do you mean? It was high. Because I'm a master at masking. I'm a master at it. I'm a master at masking. So I'm sorry I don't have a better answer, but
No,
go
it's
ahead.
fine. No, I just wanted to say this one last thing. I think that's something that as mothers, and specifically women of color who are mothers, I think that we go through this thing where we feel guilt if we think about ourselves for a minute. And and I'm guilty of it too. Like, I think it's something that we definitely have to work on to be able to stay strong for those who we care about and we're taking care of. But I recognize that in so many women like me and you, Nichelle, like that we think that if we put ourselves first for even a second, that's taking away from our motherly duties. And I feel like we've been conditioned to feel like that by society. So I just hope you find some way, sis, because like, honestly, you are a beacon for so many people. You've been a beacon for me. And I know like how valuable you are to your daughter but just all of us, like we need you healthy and sane, sis. We need you.
I appreciate that. I really do. I really do. And yeah, we'll find out in about 2 weeks. They're gonna hold it. They're gonna hold the lab for the culture. Some of these bacteria are slow growing, and that's what happened in October. Tiff ran a low grade fever for months, and we couldn't figure out what it was. We tested her for mono. We tested her for COVID. We tested her for strep. Everything came back negative. And we took her to an infectious disease that's a specialist, right? All they do is deal with the most complicated like infections in a population. And they looked at her chart and said, I think she's got a shunt infection. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. And they said, hold the culture this time for 14 days, not 3 or 5. Had they held it for 3 or 5, Carolina, I don't know what, I don't even want to think about what would have done. And that culture grew out bacteria on day 11. We were devastated because it's an automatic, at least 3-week stay in the hospital with a shunt infection, because you have to pull the hardware out of the head. It drains on the outside of the body. They give her very strong antibiotics. And then once the cultures come back clear, then it's another surgery to put the shunt back in. So it's a 2 surgery minimum and a 3-week hospital stay. Do all that while trying to maintain your home, take care of the dog here at home. I didn't leave Tiffany's side. I think I left 3 times in that 29 days. I slept in a chair by her bedside, because in the ICU they don't have like the family style pull-out couches. So I slept in a hard plastic recliner. Wouldn't leave her side unless I absolutely had to. But the bills kept coming, the rent kept coming. And I remember one time I went home because I forgot to pay the bill. The electric had been cut off. It was off for 2 days because I hadn't been home. I don't go home. We recently moved to be closer to the hospital. Um, and now we're about 9 minutes away. So it'll be a little bit easier if she gets hospitalized again. My birthday's coming up. Hard to plan for that. People keep going, oh my gosh, what are you going to do for your birthday? Have no idea. Have no idea. I might be in the hospital. Right.
Mm.
And Tiff and I are planning on, okay, what happens? How are we going to handle this? You know, trying to prep ahead of time, knowing how serious this is. And it is not ideal for her little body to have back-to-back shunt infections like that. That is dangerous. We're not talking about the strep here. We're talking about a brain-borne infection that unalives people.
Mm.
Tiff has beat the odds so many times. She's beat the odds so many times. And I am not looking forward to sitting in a plastic chair again. I'm going to do it. I'm absolutely going to do it. I decorated her room for Christmas. We spent, let's see, this last hospitalization, it was Halloween, Thanksgiving. Yeah, and we got out right before Christmas. In December 2024, we spent Christmas in the hospital. And in May of last year, it was right after my birthday and Mother's Day that we were in the hospital. And that's just the way that it is. That's how it's been across the years. The shunt infections don't care, or shunt malfunctions don't care what season it is, or if it's your birthday, or so you're constantly trying to plan around that. But you're right. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the comments and the DMs and everything. But yeah, that's how it is for me. And I'm sorry, I wasn't even planning on talking about that long. I came up here for someone else.
No,
Smitty, you
no,
want to
that's what.
explain?
Yeah, no, no. I mean, again, and I know what's going on with the other person, but again, one, you know, you are treasured in this community. Salika, how are you? You're treasured in this community. You know, I know we talk about this offline a little bit, but I don't even think, you know, the impact of how much you meant to people. Oftentimes, you know, again, we don't express it as much as we should. But you are such a beacon of hope and positivity and love for so many. Black Ice, good morning, bro. That again, we just don't say it enough. And so I know you were coming up for someone else, but I also know what's going on with you. And I just think it's important to not gloss or skate over what you're going through, even though, again, you're demonstrating why we love you so much, because you're coming up to talk about somebody else. Meanwhile, you have a very, very impactful situation that you're going through yourself. So I see John and Ronnie have your hands up. If y'all could jump in, and then I want Nichelle to obviously talk about the other person that she's concerned about.
Yeah, of course. I can't stay up for long, but first, Nichelle, you know I love you, Auntie. You and Tef are always in my prayers, and anytime you guys need anything, always just reach out to me. My DMs are always open. If you want my number, I can send you my number too. I'm always here for you. And you know, you have a whole community, as Smitty said, that love you, that care about you, and that are here for you no matter what. But I actually came up because I know that this is a mental health live and I don't want to put a damper on anyone's mental health. But there's breaking news coming out of Louisiana right now. I don't know if you heard a mass shooting, 8 kids unalived.
Oh,
this is coming out right now. With all the shit going on right now, there's just something to add on to everything. And I think my comments were getting filtered when I was trying to share that in the comments.
The ages of the children, Smitty, are between 1 and 14.
Oh my God.
Out of Shreveport, according to AP News, a Pure in Louisiana unalived 8 children in a domestic-related shooting at different homes early Sunday, police say in Shreveport. The victims range in age from 1 to about 14 years old. A total of 10 people were pew-pewed. The perpetrator later unalived after a chase with officers who fired at the suspect. The suspect stole a car while leaving the scene of the shooting and was followed by police. Officials say they are still gathering details of the crime scene, which extended across 3 locations. Some of the children were pew-pewed, were related to the suspect. Quote, oh my God, quote, "This is an extensive scene, unlike anything most of us have ever seen," unquote. At a news conference outside the residence where one of the pew-pewings occurred, officials appeared stunned, requesting patience and prayers from the community as they sorted through multiple crime scenes. Quote, "I just don't know what to say. My heart is taken aback," Shreveport Police Chief Wayne Smith said. Quote, I cannot begin to imagine how such an event could occur." Quote, "This is a tragic situation, maybe the worst tragic situation we have ever had," said Tom Arsenault, mayor of the mayor of the city in northwestern Louisiana with about 180,000 residents. Quote, "It is a terrible morning." Louisiana State Police, and I'm ending it here, Louisiana Police say their detectives have been asked by Shreveport Police to investigate. In a statement, state police say no officers were harmed in the pew-pewing that involved an officer after a police pursuit into Bossier City on Sunday morning. State police are asking anyone with pictures, video, or information to share it with state police detectives. That was updated as of 11:37 Central Time today.
So about 15 minutes ago. Thank you for reading that, Michelle. I didn't want to, change the conversation or anything.
No, absolutely. No, you're good, right? No, you know that as painful as it is, we cover those incidences. As painful as it is, because I'm so damn tired of these horrific stories that come out, and it's like the only thing I can do is to cover it. So hopefully, somehow, some way, as a country, we change this nonsense about pew-pew laws that we have. As painful as it is, not to mention, I have huge family in Shreveport, but that goes without saying. So.
Yeah, just a moment of silence for those families right now. And this is part of it too, right? Smitty, like people who are naturally sympathetic and empathetic, but then have their own things going on. This just weighs on all of us, right? Because you want to care for everyone and everything. And yeah, there's just one more thing to add. Rightfully so, by the way, rightfully so. It's just so painful. It's so incredibly painful.
Yep, absolutely. Okay. Do
you want me to talk about?
Yeah, absolutely. No, absolutely.
Could I just say one quick thing to you, Nichelle?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
I wanted to just take it from the aspect of the patient. I can't empathize as a parent having a sick child. I can empathize as a sick child who had a parent. I got sick when I was 9. You weren't here earlier. I've had 21 surgeries. Your daughter sees you. She hears you. She appreciates you. I'm sure you know that, but I'm just saying from my aspect, what you do, the whole idea of the self-care, my mom couldn't do that either. And the whole idea of when she initially gets sick, everybody's right there for you, but then they're right there for you just for that moment. And then they go back to their lives while you're left to sit there and care for her day after day, not knowing what's happening, and to call everybody. I don't know how much family you have. My mom had 10 siblings. I have 129 cousins. If she was to call everybody every time I got sick, she'd have never gotten off the phone. So the majority of my family don't actually truly understand what I go through every day, just as I'm sure not all of your family truly understands what you go through every day. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how she did it. So I just want you to know you're a warrior. You're a queen. You're amazing. I've had 72 brain surgeries. People, do you hear that?
Crazy.
As a mother who I know how to unconditionally love my children. I could not imagine. So I can't imagine. I can take it from your daughter's standpoint, but I can't take it from yours. And I'm praying for you, and I appreciate you, and keep fighting. Just, you're doing great. You're doing great.
Okay, now you really have me crying, John. Thank you for that. I never looked at it that way. That's interest. Mm, I feel for you, and I feel for your mom. And you're right. That really hit me hard.
I
Like,
lost my mom because she couldn't self-care because she was too busy taking care of me. She passed 2 years ago.
oh, John, I'm
I would
so
not want to see
sorry.
that happen to you. Please take care of yourself.
John just knew that she would have given the world for you. That's just what we do. And I think about that a lot. What would happen if something happened to me? Who would look after Tiff? It's something that keeps me up at night. It literally keeps me up at night. Like, what would happen? As I'm getting older, I have my own health issues. It's something that I can't even process. And I'm trying to work hard. I'm trying to work better at taking care of myself. Like with, hypertension is the silent. It's called the silent killer.
Yep.
It is, and and please do, because I'm having to work 7 days a week now because I don't have a support structure anymore. So please take care of yourself, please.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for that reminder, because that stays on my mind all the time, because everything is on me. Everything is on me. The job, the income, the bills, the, you know, running the household, it's all on me. And it's funny that really struck a chord about what you said about updating family members and updating people. You'd never get off the phone because there's so many people to update. That's a very unique thing that happens. But
Yeah.
I'm going to commit to trying to make sure that that I don't leave this earth early, because I don't know what I just can't even imagine something happening to me, and then who's going to look after Tiff. And thank you for all the amazing comments in the chat. I came up here to stand in the gap for someone today in our community. She's extraordinarily special to me. She's one of Smitty's, her oldest, his oldest mod. They go back way back. And it's Sash. Many of you may know her. She made a post the other day and said that she and her family have lost their home. I know what that's like. And she couldn't make it to the live today, so that we could bless her. So I told her I would stand in the gap for her, stand in her proxy. As we were talking, she was telling me that she was in the same position I was in, last year, at the end of the year, so embarrassed to talk about needing help. Sasha was literally one of the first people to reach out to me and beg me to create a GoFundMe for Tiff and that hospital stay. And it was really difficult for me to do. And so, but it was because of her. She kept encouraging me when I needed it. And I promised her that I would try to get as much help as I could today. She has a very young daughter. She's an amazing person. She rarely comes up on panels, but she's always in the chat
Yep.
supporting. And whenever Smitty is live, Sasha's going to be there. And I don't know all the details, but I know she's lost her home. The reason why she couldn't be here today is because she's trying to pick up extra gig work to get back on her feet. I asked her, does she have groceries or anything? And she was able to get enough for her and her family. So I really want to bless her. I have her pay links. Smitty, do you want me to put it in the chat? Like, how should we do this? I don't.
Yeah, let's put it in the chat. I wish I could pin it, but I can't. But yeah, if you want to put her pay links in the chat, and then maybe just her username too, because do you know if her pay links are in her bio?
I don't know. I'll check.
Okay.
I will check. But
Okay.
if we could rally around and wrap our arms around Sash, like I said, she's lost her home. They got financially overwhelmed. And she's just one in our community. There's someone else who's having to move as well in our community. And yeah, I just want to do whatever I can to help Sash. I know she would do it for anybody else. She has tried to do it for other people. She's always been there, just quietly in the background supporting. And for her to make that post, and the caption was, make sure you check on your friends. And so I'm glad that you're hosting this today, Smitty. I know it can be challenging listening to everyone's different individual problems when you're the host and kind of absorbing that. So make sure that you're taking care of yourself as well. But yeah, I will put her information in the chat, and let's try to help her and her young daughter and her family. She does have a roof over her head. She's having to move in with in-laws. I asked her, because of the situation, did she have to pull her daughter out of school? And that could be very traumatic. But she was able to keep her daughter in the same school, so that's good. But she's had to sell things to get money. So that is a very, very tough situation to be in. And I just want to bless her today as best as we can. So thanks for letting me come up and talk about that.
Of course, absolutely. Yeah, I was just and I'm looking at a tutorial on how to add a banner so we can get Sasha's pay links up. Yeah, Sasha was literally or is my first mod when I first started going live and didn't know what I was really doing. She came into one of my first lives, and I think it had like 50 people, and I needed help, and she offered to help. And since then, she's been very dear to me. I know many of you know her and the work that she does on immigration, and that perfectly aligned with my platform and what's going on with immigration. And she is a absolute incredible human being that is the first to jump out and help anybody. So we definitely want to do what we can for her. So I'll figure out how to get the banner up as well. So with that being said, I know Doc, you wanted to come up. We've got James, and then we'll continue the discussion.
Hey, how's everyone doing? Yeah, if you hear me do like a short, like small laugh, that's basically like a nervous reaction, nervous tick that I have. I can just sit down and tell you right now, especially after hearing everything, I literally do not know what to say other than I do a few things. I do agree with what John said about you, Nichelle. Focus on your health, and you are a hero to Tiff. Like, Tiff recognizes everything that you are doing for her, and I don't, and you're absolutely right, I don't know what to say about in that situation. I have been a patient caregiver, but again, you're trying to take everything and trying to get this person better, but you just don't know what's going on. But at the same time, in her eyes, you are her hero. So if anything, please, please, please understand that you are a hero to her, and you are also a hero to a lot of other people. To Sash, dude, it's just one thing after another. And then on top of that, finding out about Louisiana, everything, I can sit here and tell you that I'm not okay. I'm tired. And I think that there's a difference between, and my viewpoint, I view being okay as basically you're okay with accepting the status quo, and that you're just like basically like in this state. Me, I'm tired. I'm literally tired, and I don't know what to do. The only thing that I've been trying to do myself is pretty much focus on my mental health, focus on some things that have been going on. And yeah, there's been a lot of things going on in my personal life. And yeah, I'm just at the point where I'm just like I said, I got friends brothers and sisters I'm worried about that are still serving. And I'm worried about what's going to happen to them. I'm worried about what's going on with my mom's because there's a lot of health concerns going on with her, and I'm worried about that, and I'm on the other side of the country. There's stuff going on with my sister. There's just literally a whole bunch of things just going on, and I'm trying my best to basically maintain my peace. And it's really hard because what I've noticed is that over the past 6 or 7 months, the amount of sleep that I've been getting has been gone from 8 hours a day down to about 4 to 5 hours every night. I'm tired. I'm tired during the day. I don't like taking naps during the day. I realize so. When I tell you this, man, it's just like I said, I'm tired. I'm tired, but I'm hopeful. So I don't know, man.
Yeah. Again, I just want a moment to just take in what you said and acknowledge, right, everything that you said, and then the fact that you're feeling tired. I think that's important. Again, just to hold space for you, man. And does anybody want to mention anything in regards to Doc's situation? I have something I'll say, but I want to just open it up to the panel first, and then I'll.
Smitty, I wanted to, like, I'm glad you you did this topic in this space today. Because Smitty, sometimes I be like on the verge of just like, you see so many things going on, and then you try to navigate your own life. And you sometimes you want to just give up. I think there's just the human in us, the humanity in us. Like a lot of times we feel like, giving up. And I know lately I've been feeling that a lot. But I like I honestly I needed to hear this today. Like I needed to hear these voices today, Smitty. Like I needed it because it keeps me grounded, Smitty. It keeps me grounded. It keeps me humble. It keeps me, but it also drives me to like to fight for people, because these are like the voices that need to be fought for. Like these are the people that, why I want to continue to do what I do, just volunteering, organizing, community work. Like sometimes I need to hear this, because if no matter how like tough it is to hear it, Smitty, but I needed to fill me up. I needed to like feel that drive up, because the drive was feeling depleted. So I needed it. I needed like, just like a car needs gas, whether it needs oil, whether it needs transmission fluid, right? I needed it, because this is why I'm a no matter how tough it is, I'm gonna be hopeful. I'm gonna always try to find like some type of optimistic look. And it, like, no matter how tough it is, like the voices, I needed it. Like it's tough to listen to. I'm not gonna lie, it's tough, but it's like it's important, because like I'm not gonna like never dismiss my own whatever I have going on, but like I need to hear other voices. Like what's my purpose? I need to hear these voices, and when I hear these voices, that's my purpose. That's my drive. That's why I never want to give up. That's why I have optimism. That's why I'm hopeful, no matter how, even if it's just a small amount of hope, because there's people are worth fighting for. People are worth, the kids, the women, like whether it's from here in my own backyard, whether it's from the people in Africa, the people in Palestine, people all over the world, whether it's for the indigenous people, whether it's for the single moms, whether it's for all the moms, for voices like Michelle, voices like Carolina, and voices like Rafa. Is no matter how tough it is to hear, like but you can appreciate the vulnerability. And I'm gonna land here, like the vulnerability. I think it reminds me that I'm human, because sometimes we're so on go, we're constantly trying to survive, fight for survival, that we forget our humanity within our own selves. And this system robs us of our humanity. And capitalism, it robs us of humanity. And it really robs us of this. And this is why, the story about Sasha, like, bro, I hate it so much. But the stories of like Sasha, Michelle, Rafa, Carolina, everybody is why I feel like I have to keep going. I have to. I want, not even that I have to, Smitty, I want to. It's one thing I have to, but I want to. And nothing like can never stop it. Like I needed this. I needed something to feel me, to have some kind of hope, because I was kind of, I told you earlier in the live, where do I even go? But I'm glad I hear these voices, because the only way I know is just to keep going and keep fighting, because these voices, these people, they need us. They need us. So I'll land there. But I just want to say to me, I needed it. So like it was tough. It's tough, and it breaks my heart. I got a tear rolling down my eye, but I needed it.
Love you, man. All right, let me go to Doc. Go ahead, Doc. I know. Yeah, definitely. Go ahead.
Real quick, Smitty, I do have to drop.
Okay,
But I just
no
want to
problem.
tell y'all how much I appreciate every single one of you. You guys on the panel, y'all in the chat. Smitty, you are a rock star, and this was very much needed today. And I think we should do it more often. But
Absolutely.
I love y'all.
Love you too. Be safe.
Love you,
Be safe,
Carolina.
man. I'll let you go.
Right. I love you too, trouble.
All right, I'm gonna drop you, and then real quick,
Okay.
we'll thank you, fam, for coming. I'm gonna let you go. Real quick, we'll go for about another 15 minutes or so, and then I have to do something that I really don't like to do, which is cover this story about these kids in Louisiana. But I've said, if you guys have followed me for a while, you know, anytime this happens, I have to do it because that's the only way I feel like I can leverage and use my platform to hopefully someday stop this nonsense in this country. And so we'll go for about another 15 minutes. Go ahead, Doc.
So one thing that I will say that has been getting me through basically all this crap that I've been going through and whatnot, there's three things. First and foremost is whenever someone asks me how I'm doing today, I always say I woke up today, because you were able to get through all the crap that you were able to get through the day prior, and then you were able to wake up today. You were able to wake up with another gift. Now, and I'm not, and it's bad saying, especially after that, but at the same time, for me, like, you have no idea, like, how much that, like, just saying that actually kind of helped me out, especially in, with the stuff that I've been going through. The other thing, the other two things is essentially pettiness, because I'll put the Prince picture up, but it's really purely about pettiness, and I've lived those mantras, and it's helped me get through a few other things. The first one was something that Rick Sanchez said on Rick and Morty. He said, "Every breath that I take without your permission brings me joy." And that right there, I was like, oh wait, hold on. And then there was another one. There was a TikToker, and I had the video, and I sent it out, and I reposted it. And she said, this woman said, "I'm getting tired of all these people, all these trying to keep a real N-word down, and you're trying to keep me down and try to make me go off and unalive myself. You know what? Screw you. I'm going to be a petty and just to be a thorn in your ass, just to be a thorn in your side, just because and existing and be annoying to you. Because how dare you try to take me out? I'm going to take you out." And that in itself, those three things has kind of helped me. So you kind of understand like the mindset of where I've been at, because the shit that I've been going through, I just don't want to talk about it.
I feel you.
So the thing is that just in itself on that front, and trying to get my justice, I have lawyers and whatnot, but at the same time, it's just, that's what's been going on in my mind for the
Thank you,
past,
Elizabeth.
I don't know how long. So
I got you, fam.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I
let
think.
it drop.
Okay, man. I got you.
And love y'all. Thank you for the space. Love everyone.
Absolutely, man.
All that good stuff. So
Love you back, bro.
no
Okay.
problem.
All right. Thank you, man. All right. Let's go. Let's go, James, and then Rafa. I got you. And then we'll probably end it here. But I know this has been a very, very, very impactful discussion. I think, and Shantae says, thank you so much for continuing to put Sasha's. I couldn't figure out the whole banner thing. I'll figure it out offline. But thank you for continuing to put Sasha's pay links in her bio, or in the chat. Sorry. As we continue to talk about this, Sash, my first mod ever, just lost her home, and so we're doing all we can to help and support Sash. James, go ahead, bro.
Thank you, Smitty. I was sitting in my apartment the other day in the darkness, and I thought to myself, man, what is happening in this world right now feels very heavy. And I'm trying to contend with how do I hold this heavy heart that I have in this season of what we're going through and maintain a soft spirit, right? Like, how do I maintain a soft spirit? How do I extend grace to people? How do I extend grace to myself? And one of the things that I recognize that is that some of this stuff is a tactic. The goal, right, is to put people in this profound sense of darkness. The goal is to make people feel unrelenting hopelessness. That's the goal. I think I recognize that to be the goal of these people that are doing their best to unravel this country in a way that benefits people that make the most money and crap on the people that make the least. And as I sat with that thought, I thought to myself of the thing that I say all the time. Joy and hope are acts of resistance in this moment. How do I find moments to laugh and joke and find lightness with the people that I love? But moreover, how do I push back? And I want to say something, I'm going to be as frank as I possibly can in this moment. There's no devil in hell, in a TikTok comment section, or the White House that's going to stop me from existing in this world freely. Ain't none. There ain't a devil in hell, a TikTok comment section, or the White House that's going to turn me around. I refuse to give these people my hope and my joy. I recognize what the goal is, and I would encourage people to recognize that there are moments where you're going to feel heavy. How do you maintain a soft heart, and how do you have two people on either side of you to prop you when you get weak and can't stand on your own? I want you to recognize that there's power in standing, and I've said this before. Even when people disagree with me, I stand because I give the silent permission for other people to stand beside me, people that would otherwise sit on the sidelines. And so when I think about what's happening, when I hear all of the horrible stories, I am reminded that joy is an act of resistance. And we must wield it as a mighty weapon in this moment, for if we don't, we let the enemy win. So wield your joy and your happiness. Laugh at things like Nichelle's peacoat story, because of course it's really funny, Smitty.
Oh, I needed that.
You just got to find the moments of levity. Laugh about how I fall asleep online, right? Like a senior citizen. You've got to remember that laughter is medicine. That joy is armor. That hope is a reminder. It is a light in a dark room that reminds us to keep getting up in the moments that we feel like we can't. And so while I have things that are going on in my life, much like everybody else that I'm not going to share here, I think the thing that I am reminded in this moment is to surround yourself by people that make your soul smile. Surround yourself by people that make you laugh in the moments that you have nothing else. Surround yourself by people that'll fight with you because they love you and fight for you because they believe you have a right to exist. And so I'm going to land my plane there, but I just want you to know, don't let the devil in the White House turn you around.
I'm gonna start using that, James. I love that.
Wow, man. Real quick, cause just because I know folks want to. Let's just take that in, number one. And number two, they say that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, and I have so much respect for you, bro. When I, do my little imitations, it's 95% of people I really like and want to be like. And you just have such an incredible presence, man. I'm so lucky to call you a friend, man.
Don't be like me, Smitty. Don't be like me. As Albertina Walker said, don't pray for me. I did it to myself.
I needed that because Lord knows the tears were right about to start flowing after that. I appreciate you, fam. Love you, bro. Let me go to Rafa. Go ahead.
Yeah, I love how you put your little announcement and let everybody know that it's time to. Every time you see me come up on the spell, I've only got
10 more
11
minutes.
minutes left. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know I'm long-winded. I know that. Listen, always doing that to the elders. I want to take a moment. I think we're so easy with everything that's happening personally, and with our families, whether in diaspora or here, just as marginalized communities in general. I think it's so easy to jump on each other's behinds on what we think is wrong, right? And I was listening to something the other day, and it said that our emotions are the thunderstorms, the lightning, but we are the sky, right? And so we'll feel moments of anger and sadness, and because we're strong and we are the sky, we're gonna get through it. And then I heard someone say, that these relationships online, these parasocial relationships, if you would, are not real. I don't agree with that. I
Yeah.
think every time James is speaking, Nichelle is speaking, Covey's speaking, John, Jermaine, you, Smitty, Southern Cal, any time we're speaking to someone. We're changing someone. Maybe someone was thinking about doing something that they would regret. And just maybe we bring each other together through these difficult conversations. We humanize each other and we understand that our pain is one. Nichelle, I don't speak a lot about my personal life. I'm also a caregiver. They actually did a study on the brain of caregivers, especially caregivers of children who experience difficulties, whether that be children on the spectrum, children who have medical needs. And that scan actually showed that the brain of caregivers is actually, they have the same level of complex PTSD as soldiers. The amount of anguish, anxiety, constant worry, aside from actually dealing with the issue, is an ocean of its own. So my salute to you, Mama. My love to you. I understand. I see you. I hear you. James, I love you so much. I just want kind of before we do jump on each other's butts, please remember there's a person behind that emoji who has feelings, and please try to understand that maybe that person's going through something too. Please support Sasha. I will be the first to help her out. So please support Sasha and everyone else who is in need. Thank you so much. And I'll wait for James to finish.
Thank you, fam. All right, James and Jermaine, then I'm going to restart the live and talk about this thing in Louisiana. And this will not be the typical Smitty live. You're going to see me speak a whole lot of, just to let y'all know about that one. I can already feel the anger and rage building up. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, no, I wanted to say something to the senior citizen that just spoke, if that was okay.
Go ahead, James.
I love you. She said something very, very important when she spoke. Like, there are people on the other side of this emoji, on the other side of these accounts, and I want to elevate that and honor that, because I think that it is probably one of the most profound statements I saw today. In a world where we have people that are intentionally being hateful and harmful to us, I find it interesting that some of us find the time to be hateful and harmful to each other simply because we don't share the exact same thought or concept. It's actually annoying, and that's why I said the devil in the comment section, because there are people that literally show up just to be hateful to other people with no reason. They don't know them at all. They just show up to be naysayers in spaces where people are truthfully sharing their opinion and trying to come to solutions.
Yep.
And there's an intolerance that kind of disgusts me. It is infuriating at times to engage in dialogue with people that aren't actually having a good faith conversation with you. The goal is to be right or wrong, and that binary thinking is a tool of supremacy culture. That one right way is a tool of supremacy culture. And we have to be able to have a conversation with one another without getting to the point that we are turning into the intolerant people that we complain about on the right. It's actually disturbing to me. And I am very good at utilizing my block button to protect my peace. It is super important to me. And if I believe that I'm not going to be able to have a good faith conversation with people, I just block them. Like, I'm not interested in the discussion.
Right.
But I want to encourage us as we come to these panels and do space, which is part of the reason why I stopped doing lives, by the way. I'm not interested in laying at the feet of anybody anything that none of us on these panels have created. And I think that people really find joy in trying to do that, and it's a stupid concept to engage in, because the truth of the matter is this country has existed for the time it has, and the truth of the matter is the people that are making the harmful decisions don't look like us. So if you're one of those people that regularly find yourself in the comment section of people's chats, just finding reasons to be critical, stop for a second and ask yourself, are you contributing to the darkness that I talked about earlier? It might be helpful for you to see the humanity of somebody else and the reason why they advocate the way that they do, rather than trying to just make broad judgments on their character when you haven't even learned to piss outside of a pamper yet. So that's my comment. Nichelle, I know that you ignored my Pico comment, but I want you to know that for the day that you are not sad, I will bring it up again so that we can laugh. But I love you big, my sister.
I appreciate that. I'm not in a necessarily laughing mood at this moment. That's real. But I appreciate all the joy. I do think that joy is an act of resistance. I've learned that from you. Even in this moment, I'm checking Tiff's temperature. It's one of the highest we've got yet, and her vitals are not great. And that's real life, right? That's real life. The joy, being the resistance, that is so incredibly true. And I love you more than anything. And yes, it's good to laugh, because sometimes you got to laugh to keep from crying.
Yep.
But I appreciate that, because now, again, with all the stories that were shared today, I have to mentally reset to have a conversation about these poor, 10 children that were unalived an hour ago. This is real life. This is not a game. I like what you were saying, that there are real people behind these curated pictures and these curated personalities that we have on this panel. It is not always sunshine and rainbows. It's not. And that's the real. And I'm sorry I can't be more whatever. I can't. But I thank you all for all the positive comments. I hope you guys come back for Smitty's Live. This is a really heavy day.
Yeah, and I think that, I think it's so important, right, that we meet people where they are, and we got you, Nichelle, the best that we can. Same that we're doing for Sash. Thank you, Callie, so much, and Shantae and all of the other folks, Nichelle, for putting Sasha's information in the chat. James, you were saying your blog game is strong. Like, mine is too, because of my mods. Like, I'll go to other platforms and there'll be somebody speaking crazy, and I'm like, oh, what's this person about? Oh, I have them blocked already. I didn't do that. But my mods blog game is so good that I'm protected through my mods. So Callie and the rest of the mods, I love you. Thank you so much. It's a trip. Seriously, it happens definitely more often than It should, because I'm not doing it. So thank you. Thank
And
you
you get
guys
the
for doing it.
DMs afterwards. You always get the
Yes.
DMs afterwards.
Oh my
One
gosh.
of your mods muted me. One of
Oh
your
yeah.
mods blocked me.
Oh
Listen,
yeah.
the block game is strong. Okay, we run a strict program over here.
Wrong. It's
Don't get it
fantastic.
twisted.
Michelle,
And
he won't
speaking
even
of,
give me full mod powers. It's because I'm gay, I think. He won't give me full he won't give me full mod powers.
you're crazy.
It might just be because I be blocking people so much on my end that he won't give me full power. But anyway, I might as well.
Oh my goodness. What's crazy is, again, to give another shout out to Callie. Callie mentioned that to me, I don't know, it's probably been 3 years, at least 2. She was like, Smitty, block. Yeah, and I was like, you think so? And she was like, yeah, we just got to block people. I was like, okay. It definitely was a good decision because, there's people that come to cause chaos. I mean, and we still got a few that come in and, because the thing that I've learned as a content creator is that people that, that like you, again, they'll like your video, they'll come into a live, they'll support. The people that don't like you, whoo, boy, they put in massive work to let you know that they don't like you. So that's just, and it's not good for your mental health. That's for sure.
Speaking of mental health, before you end this, okay, my friend, don't think you skated this entire live without us talking about you. Don't, you know me. Listen, I want to make sure that you're okay. As we say to check on your friends, check on your favorite content creators. Chat, I'm imploring you. You have no idea. You have no idea the amount of unhappy DMs that they have to deal with. The times when a live doesn't go so well and then someone wants to open up their own live to talk about your favorite content creator. Oh yeah, I'm speaking on it today. Okay? Some of y'all are chaos agents. Some of y'all are chaos agents. You come up here, you run your mouth, right? You end up with situations, and this is not with Smitty's life. This is with a lot of people. You forget whose house you're in, and meanwhile, all the while, the host is trying to maintain a space for all of us to come and even have the privilege to come up and talk about, all of the day's headlines. Please check on your favorite content creators too. The ones who come on faithfully every single solitary day. We get so used to them being there that we miss them. We miss them when they have to take a break. One of my favorites, Facts Still Matters.
Yep.
He's come up a couple times.
Yep.
Steve.
Yep.
He made a post the other
Oh, yeah.
day and said, "I'm sorry, everybody. I've got to take a break. I've got to pour into my own cup." He's depleted. He goes live every single solitary day, just like Smitty does, like so many of our favorite content creators do. They have lives too. They have personal lives too. And so check on them. And so Smitty, make sure you're taking care of yourself. Make sure that you're doing all the things that you're supposed to do to make sure you maintain your mental health. It is not easy. I'm not even the host today, and it's hard to listen to everyone's story, especially if you are an empath and you absorb all of that on top of whatever it is that you're going through. Like, that's overwhelming. That's stress in and of itself. Right. There were a lot of people I noticed in the chat that said they just weren't strong enough to come up, and share their own battles that they're dealing with because they've got their own issues and then listening to other people's issues. It's not that they don't care. It's just some people, it's hard to compartmentalize. Right. So make sure that you're taking care of yourself. We love you. We appreciate you for all of the hard work that you put in. And again, like you said, you've had a very heavy live, right? We're all expressing our emotions and everything. You created a space for us, but then you're going to turn around and end this live and talk about another horrific story. So again, take care of yourself, take a moment to breathe. And we thank you. I have no words. You're one of the most amazing people. You're one of the most amazing people. Oh, I'm doing it today. I'm doing it today because I know you. I know you know you. I know you know you.
I was trying.
I know you know you. You're going through some things yourself. And like I said, it's not just Smitty. There are so many people that go live every single solitary day. I think us in the chat, we forget. We kind of forget. They become these kind of like I don't know, separate entities in a way where we expect them. How many times, Smitty, have you seen where people are like, you're my morning routine now. I wake
Yeah.
up and I look forward to hearing from you every single solitary day. Or you take a couple days off. Where you been? What's going on? Oh my God, we missed you. We missed you. That is a lot of pressure on content creators. Don't think that they're not feeling it too. They want to curate a space where we can come up and kiki or talk about the heavy news of the day. They're not just robots. They're not. So make sure that you're sending in a word of encouragement to not just Smitty, but all of these amazing content creators who do what they do. I'm telling you from experience, for the few times I've gone live, it is not easy. It is not easy to manage contentious panelists, people in the chat, and we're talking people who get thousands of people in their lives and things like that. This is not easy. So yeah, I'm coming for you, fam. I'm straight coming for you. Take care of yourself.
Amen. Amen, Michelle. Because Smitty will be sick and not say nothing. You got to call him on the phone to get him to talk and tell you what's going on.
Preach. Come on. And it's like pulling teeth, ain't it, James? Like pulling teeth trying to get that man to say what's going on with him.
As the old folks will say, it's like pulling hen teeth. Listen, but I just want you to know, my brother, that you're a real one. There are very few people that have my actual number. You're one of them. You are a joy to be around. I never thought that I would be friends with someone your age before. As the next oldest person to Methuselah, I just want to that you are.
You know what? You know what? I'm gonna drop you.
Listen, you better be happy. You better be happy I don't have drop power because you'd be out here.
I know you kicked me immediately.
Smitty, you are a gentleman and a scholar. You are one of the best people I know. I value your the heart that you share with us every day, because you show up heart first in every space that you are in. The people on this app, there are very few people that I feel connected to in a tangible and real way. You, Michelle, Saji, Jess, people that I care about how they're doing, and I just want to say of them, you were one of the first people that I came across that I valued the way you showed up in the world, and that you were able to have people of different opinions up here and showed them all respect and human decency. And so if you have not got your Daily Heart Me from Smitty yet today, tap that screen or sent him a gift. Go on ahead, do all of those beautiful things. If you haven't hit the follow button, do that too, because Smitty deserves all of the goodness going his way.
And his pay links are now in his bio, as James always likes to tell us. Let's bless him.
Is it really?
It finally is.
You accepting checks?
Talk about dragging him.
When you started using
talk about
internet.
dragging him to get him to do this. He fought. People were literally asking how they could bless him. He's like, I don't know, Nichelle. I don't know. But his pay links are also in his bio if you would like to bless the person that comes on here every single solitary day. By the way, I can attest to this, even when he's traveling. Y'all don't know this. Even when I'm like, this ninja right here, are you serious? Even when he's traveling, he goes live because he cares so much about his community.
So
a lot
Nichelle,
of people don't know that. A lot of people don't know that.
Nichelle, they started accepting checks. I didn't know Smitty knew how to use Cash App or Venmo.
Lord.
They take money orders on here?
I needed that. Thank you.
But I love you, big bro. I love you
too. I do want to say, like, you're a positive influence on like black men too, Smitty. Like, especially me. Like, I've been in your space, less than a year, but it's been like really inspiring to look up to another brother that that's able to, who I can like understand and kind of look at through a lens of like showing emotions and empathy. Like, all that is like
okay, speaking up and having a space for, Black women and marginalized people. And just, I think it sets a tone of like telling, especially Black men, like it's okay. It's okay to have like feelings and emotions. It's okay to be human and show love. Like love is a beautiful thing. Whether you're in love with someone, whether it's a partnership, whether it's friendship, but since in general, like love is a beautiful thing. But it's mainly that you're really like inspiring. Like you do, like definitely do inspire me to like better myself and kind of like even like check myself too as a Black man, even just a man in general. So I haven't told you that, but I
I
did wanted to
appreciate
like
that,
tell
man.
you for real because you're definitely someone that I look up to on this space. I don't really jump in other I jump in a few other lives, but I think definitely yours, it kind of keeps me like I said, grounded, but it also kind of checks myself. Like it's some more things I need to work on of like myself, and how to like, navigate having more, having more space and let, women. Like one thing I truly love about you, Samini, is that you let Black women have their space and their voice, and that is not, and where it's so marginalized and suppressed now. And I think you do like a great job of that. But yes, I just want to say you're really inspiring, man, and like
Thank you.
you're definitely motivating, and you keep me grounded, and you keep me wanting like, kind of raise that bar, man. But I appreciate it though.
I appreciate it, man. No, I appreciate you saying that. And no, it does mean a lot to me, man. I appreciate you. Love you, man, for saying that. Let me just say a couple quick things. First, thank you guys for putting Sasha's pay links in the bio. In the bio. Why do you keep saying that? In the chat. Oh, Lord. Thank you for putting Sasha's pay links in the chat. Thank you. Sasha's going through a really difficult time. She lost her house. She was my first mod. So please, anything we can do for her. Really quick, and then I'm going to restart the live and talk about Louisiana and what happened in Shreveport. Everything that you feel that I've done for you or for this community, you've done for me. I tell you, this community has helped me so much. People ask, what can I do? Being here and being positive and cooking people in the chat. Let me tell you, that does wonders for my mental health. You'd be surprised. And to my friends on the panel, I don't even know where I'd be without you guys. And so those words of positivity are very much felt. I appreciate you guys. And again, all of you in the chat, I'm telling you, I try to read as many comments as I can. That's one of the good luxuries of not, we would have never met. They're a great example. So, I try to read as many as I can because I'm not really speaking that much. General! Oh my goodness. Speaking of an old friend, the general. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you for that, baby line. I appreciate you. But no, I appreciate you guys. I want you to know it goes both ways. And again, just being here is incredible. I live in a very non-diverse community, to say the least. I'll put it in a nice way. And so to be able to hit the plus button and have people truly understand the goal of the platform and understand what we're trying to do here is incredible. And so with that being said, Jermaine, really appreciate what you said. John, the way you opened up today about your life was so incredibly powerful. It kind of helped fill the goal of what I wanted this to be, especially as Nichelle was talking about her life with Tiff. I thought that was just incredible what you said. And Nichelle, you are, goodness, you know what you mean to me. You stuck with me forever, as we always say. And my brother James, that same, you're stuck with me too. So with that being said, I'm doing okay, Saji. I actually am doing okay. Yes, I have things that in my life are very difficult, but seriously, the ability to hit this plus button and come live and have this community is I used to come down Rosecrans. The Miranda, I'll be there. Just let me know where to go. Rosecrans is not far from me. So I'm serious. I would love to meet you guys. When I met Saji and James, or Nichelle, not yet James, but James soon, and Jess, it was special. And for those that don't understand the relationships we build here, that's just too bad. That's their loss. These are real relationships.
Whenever
These
you
are
back
real
in the
friendships.
ATL, brother, let me know.
Oh, absolutely. I will definitely do that.
I will say lunch on me, but you the big timer, so I ain't got
Oh, you won't.
100,000.
No, Jermaine, you won't get a lunch from him. My good
Oh.
friend, my dear friend, JBS is still asking for lunch with Smitty. And yeah, JBS, I
JBS
see
is
you,
in
fam.
LA.
He's been
Never
in the
mind.
chat for a minute. He's been in the
JBS
chat
is in
for a
LA.
minute. I
I know.
love
I
my
know. We
brother
got to do that.
Smitty. I love him dearly, but Jermaine, yeah, it's gonna be a while, fam, before you get that lunch.
We gonna
I
be a
got you. I
skeleton by
got
the
you,
time you
JBS.
say,
I'm gonna rep you,
look.
JBS.
Well, I'm
Listen,
excited that I get to spend some time today with Saji. So
that's awesome.
let me
I
take my
love
rollers
that.
out and let my curls down for the day.
I love that. I love that. I love that. No, thanks, I'm from LA, but as long as you're not shooting dice with Saji, you'll be okay. Okay, if you're shooting dice with Saji, wear a helmet. Okay, that's all I gotta say. It's a little inside joke. All right. With that being said, I love you all. Y'all take care and take care, guys.
Make sure you
Bye.
guys come back.
Go ahead.